right. Test, test, test. Looks like we are live. Good morning, evening, middle of the night, etc. Wherever you are, it is time for the World Championship, as you know. No thanks, no thanks, no thanks. And welcome to the dojo. Sure, why not? All right, let's go here. And let me just grab something and be right back to join you all. Let's see, today Gukesh has white. So we'll put up a poll here on Twitch. Gukesh first move will be 1e4, which he's done twice, 1d4, other. There we go. Hey Lumbra, I'll be right back. All right, 1e4 has won the poll. That was fast. Okay, so game starts in 2 minutes. What are we analyzing? Oh yeah, I've got the position from game 6 up. I always leave up the position from the last game until the next game starts. So for another 2 minutes, we've got the position from the day before yesterday. And I also have something to say about it if we get to it in time. So I think we've got 2 minutes, and I will say what I have to say about this game here. So, I was super wrong about this game, Ding versus Gukesh. Let's see, it was probably about like this. When I went to bed the other night and left Jesse and Kostya to finish the commentary. And when I did, I was under the impression that Gukesh had blundered this endgame and was lost, and, you know, that Ding would collect the point in due course, you know, and I left with that prediction. I didn't leave because of that prediction. I left because it was time to sleep, which I need to do more often is, at some point hand it off to Jesse and go to bed. It's a good idea. But I was dead wrong about this, and it seems to me, after a little practice I did yesterday, that in fact the opposite is true. Gukesh wasn't blundering; he was playing like a genius, and the position was perfectly good for Black at this point. So good, in fact, that not only has he not blundered with E3 and all, but that he was never worse. So in all these points here where he lost time with his queen, none of it really mattered because, in fact, he was still okay in this ending. So I got it absolutely hugely wrong. But what I want to say, here comes the next game. It's starting. But here's what I want to say about getting things wrong, real quick. Like, if you're going to make predictions about a bunch of things, you're going to get a lot of things wrong. That's okay, I should expect to frequently be wrong. And in the past, sometimes I've held back on something because I'm like, well, they're 2,800. I'll say this move maybe looks a little suspicious, but probably he sees something I don't see, and I've been slow to move the human eval bar because I'm sort of assuming that whatever I think is going to be wrong and whatever they say is going to be right or something like that. But no, we have to make our guesses. We have to put our guesses out there and then correct them over time. And it's totally okay to be wrong. We don't need to be so terribly afraid of being wrong. So I was like completely wrong about this, and that's fine. Then you just say what you were wrong about and you learn something. And over the course of a match like this between players of this caliber, you should many times have something new revealed to you. Otherwise, things aren't going the way they're supposed to. So this one I was totally wrong about, and the move E3 was perfectly good, and Black was perfectly fine at this point. Okay, the basic point for anyone who didn't see it yesterday, by the way, is that Black has this plan of King G7, King H6, King H5, activating the king, and I couldn't arrange to play with Kostya and Jesse yesterday. Should I call it yesterday? Yesterday. To practice this out. I was convinced that I could win this as white, so I practiced this out against the computer, just like this, and I played c4, b4, c5, thinking I was crushing the computer, and the computer brought the king up, took the pawn, brought the king towards here, and then played g5, fg5, f4, and won. I lost horribly as white against the computer just playing that simple plan. I played a second game aware of the plan and tried to beat the plan. Couldn't beat it. Third game, I played h5, g takes h5, rook d5 to break up the pawns before the black king got here. And then afterwards looked at it, and it was exactly what Ding had done to draw the game against Gukesh. So the quote-unquote obvious easy winning plan of advancing the c-pawn and strengthening it is actually slower than Black's plan of activating their king, which is a mind-bending new thing for me to have learned from that game. And I'll say that I learned that even though what I thought Black should do in this position was, instead of e3, king g7, king h6, king h5. So I even had this idea of advancing the king, and I thought this e3 move was too weakening, allowing the white king to come up next to it, embrace it, start attacking it, tie the black pieces down. And that's like completely untrue. The pawn is strong enough, it's tying some of the white pieces down, and Black can still do this king activation plan. So brilliant stuff. Now let's get into today's brilliant stuff, okay? One of the main lessons there is these guys are going to completely go over our heads sometimes, which is good. That's how it should be, right? So they went over my head. They'll probably do it again today. Sounds good. And I am not going to pull the punches, but I will occasionally mention, I'm probably missing something, but this looks like a blunder. And then, we'll see. Okay. So we are getting a one knight f3 for the first time in this match. Well, Gukesh played a queen's gambit, I think with d4 and knight f3. I can quickly check the move order on that. We go here to game 3, which he won. It was d4 and then knight f3. I knew he brought the knight out before he played the queen's gambit, but yeah, it was with knight f3. Okay, so here's today's game. Knight f3, d5. What happened against the computer when I tried h5 is ding. Basically, me and the computer played out the actual way their game 6 went, more or less, Achilles. The third time. So that's more or less what happened. I played h5, the computer took on h5. Yeah, and we got a quick repetition like in the game after rook d5, rook f5. Okay, so we got our first knight f3 of the match. Both of these players are very capable of playing this kind of Catalan structure as white. But maybe Gukesh, ding, sorry, the arrows are just off and it's driving me crazy. Chess.com, please. You got me logged out somehow? I just re-logged in minutes ago. Okay, bishop g7, c4. So, I would say perhaps a slight surprise is Ding Liren's Grunfeld approach to the Catalan, because both he and Gukesh normally play like Queen's Gambit systems pretty classically as black against this. So he plays this. Anand played like this against Magnus and others, if I'm not mistaken, in his World Championship matches. So it's a good system for black, in fact, and he gets a symmetrical Fianchetto Grunfeld, or as Chess for Skills calling it, a Schlechter system. But despite this being a mild surprise from Ding, Gukesh is prepared today and plays this move rook e1, which looks a little bit fresh to me. Let's see. What did Ding play in game 4? Well, whatever. We'll just go here and see. What was his move order in game 4? Knight f3. Right for his b3, bishop a3, of course. Thank you, Xander. That's correct. We don't have to. If I log out of chess.com, it gives me a different color. I think we're too early for rook e1 to be a novelty, but it looks a bit unusual to me, Tiger Cubby. I think the following would be probably the most popular approach to this historically. You know, black is very well poised to take your pawn on c4 here, right? The Grunfeld is very happy to just, even though the pawn's on c6, to support d5, the Grunfeld's very happy to give up the center and then play with free pieces, right? So black's very well poised to take on c4 with ideas of bishop e6 or b5. So white often considers this pawn as being basically attacked. And so I think that trading and then playing knight e5 is kind of the typical approach here. And then the more aggressive interpretation of this is that basically the knight is well enough outposted here that if black takes, after pawn takes, black loses the d5 pawn. And sometimes, you know, the classical-ish approach from whatever 1960, when this first became a big thing, I think, was to play f4 and grab some space behind the strength of the outpost on e5. Well, Rashandeep, White, I said that, 1 minute ago. So, if you come in like 10 seconds after I say something, I'm not necessarily going to want to repeat the same thing 5 seconds later, right? But White's playing a Catalan setup, and Black's responding with a Grunfeld setup, and it's basically, therefore, is transposed to something called the symmetrical exchange, symmetrical Fianchetto Grunfeld. Okay, so that I think would be like the old approach to this, and then I think White can also probably play a move like b3, though you have to be careful. Sometimes Black can just play c5 in response there, which may be the case. See, chess.com has an opening lookup that I could click on if I wanted to see the theory. I feel like there's some line where you can play b3 without immediate c5, and then a second plan for Black that's super viable is they just go a5, bishop b2, a4, and that's also like totally fine for Black. You get nothing ever here as White, and you're sad about that. Yeah, nobody does, right? Spinal Tap? Nobody does. So, do you know this move, Rookie 1? Because if somebody's going to save you, it's going to be Gukesh, not me. Like, I'm not... I mean, the only way I could save you from getting nothing as White in this position is by telling you play Fischer random chess. That's my solution to all of this. Oh, interesting, chess for skill. Yeah, this 95 position, the old way of playing it was basically to play knight fd7 or something like that. I think maybe you need to play bishop e6 first. I don't remember Reams' theory. And chess for skill is saying that knight e4 has perhaps been established by the computers as a new approach. Of course, if you're trying to win, that's one of the recipes for losing at a master level, right? So, yeah, I'm not surprised that you lost this as White. It can happen if you're desperate. So, Rookie 1, you have not seen. Okay. And Fat Barbie says this position can be reached with White to move. Really? How would that happen? I mean, okay, I could imagine Black played a King's Indian defense and then plays d5 after Rookie 1. But that's not super. Rookie 1 is certainly preparing for Black to take on c4. As Francois says, it's almost saying, please, yeah, just take on c4, and, he's going to play with the center. Gukesh is extremely good, I've noted, at playing the Black side of dc4 positions. Why not the White side, right? So, makes sense. Gukesh is always looking for some kind of fight, Matthew. It's just a question of what kind of fight. And Ankeith is asking a question in the same direction, asking, why does Gukesh not playing for his usual aggressive and tactical positions? Well, to me, Gukesh doesn't have like a super clear style or preference for aggressive or tactical positions. I think overall he's an aggressive player, but he plays for a variety of positions, in my opinion. And basically, the opening choice is dictated by both players together. And it's not easy to get tactical or very aggressive positions against Ding Liren in general, Well, not straight out of the opening. He plays very classical positional openings as Black historically. d4, d5, and e4, e5, which just are not the openings that give white tons of attacks. Now, this match, he's been playing the French defense, which has like a little more latitude for white to get aggressive and tactical positions. And I think Gukesh played that way in the very first game of the match on Keith. That was the closest game he got to an aggressive tactical position, and he got absolutely demolished. And then he tried something different against the French his second time around, which makes sense, right? So, yeah, I imagine there's more than one variation he has ready and more than one different approach. But, here if he gets dc4, e4, I mean, what more can you ask? He's playing a gambit early on here. Yeah, I've since seen that Akratic kicked off today addressing it. Hi, Lazy Sat. Good day to you. I mean, I think taking on c4 would be a very reasonable move for Ding here. Maybe even the single most logical move for black to play. Now, Fat Barbie, when you say that a lot of people played this position here basically from a King's Indian, with some move order like this, I imagine. Were these grandmasters or people playing blitz on Lee chess? So Fat Barbie says, from Ding's perspective, if you take on c4, you know you're going to be entering critical prepared lines by Gukesh, who will be blitzing engine moves. Now, terrifying as that thought is, that is basically just a normal occupational hazard for Ding Liren and other top GMs, right? They are just used to it, that if they play chess, period, against other top GMs, they will sometimes face lots of critical prep lines and engine move blitzing. So, okay, Bavia says Erasmus Svane has played this 10 to 15 times in Title Tuesday. So, it has been played by a GM, but in basically, a speed blitz tournament where they play unimportant or crummy moves. There's an Ulf Anderson game. He was a top GM. Ding thinking for quite a while. Long enough that I feel it's very likely that he's been caught by surprise by Gukesh's opening choice. Yeah, when they think for 5 minutes, you can't assume that they have been caught out. That's not enough time. They might, more often than not, if they think 4 or 5 minutes, it's because they've got 2 or 3 different variations they know against it, and they're picking between variations they know. Once they start thinking 15, 20 or more minutes, then there's maybe a more confirmed chance that they are figuring it out over the board. So, yeah, I think so, Matthew. I think he's more or less out of book. Now, you remember the very first game of this match, Ding thought for like 30 minutes or so on an early move. And what he said later was, I think it was as soon as Gukesh played knight cd2 or something, right? And he said he hadn't specifically prepared for it just then. There was a line, from his general knowledge and general preparation, there was a line he knew against it, but he didn't remember all the details of the line. And he was deciding, do I play this line that I sort of half remember, or do I come up with, a fully me today concept at the board? So he had the option to play something where he had knowledge, but the knowledge was a little spotty, and he decided to instead just play something that he was understood for himself at that moment and was fresh in his mind. So yeah, you're welcome, Skibix. A lot of people are intimidated and scared to play the Nightorf, but actually, it should be accessible and an option for anybody. I started playing it around, I was probably rated 1200. In the first year I started playing tournaments, I started playing it with no knowledge, no books, no courses. It was fine. Yeah, of course, Lazy Sat Ding has had crazy sacrificial games. Dead Poet Society thinks that bishop f5 could be an alternative to taking on c4. Let's think, what are alternatives to taking on c4 from Black's perspective? Yeah, I mean, another point of this structure here for Black is to not block in the bishop and to let it come out like this. I imagine if you really wanted to, you could lock in the bishop like so. And then go for this, bring the bishop out here. And get this kind of a position. E6 and G6 don't always go well together. Sorry for your kingside dark squares. But they're not unplayable. If you are guaranteed to keep your dark squared bishop, basically, or you're planning, I will not trade this bishop, something like this could be played. Yeah. Yeah, it's important to put in the work at Craddock. That is an important point as well. When I woke up and saw the result, of course I was tempted to go check on some commentaries and learn why the Ding versus Gukesh game had ended in a draw from yesterday, right? Or whatever, day before the rest day, previous round. I was very tempted to go and read about it and quote unquote learn something about it. But instead, I avoided Twitter out of fear that somebody would even have posted some kind of explanatory comment. I avoided Twitter all day, avoided all recaps, because I knew that on Monday my kids would go to school and I would be able to practice the position. And I wanted to practice it fresh with my own understanding of the rook and pawn ending, not read somebody else's clue to it and then play. I wanted to play it myself and actually understand. And, the previous thing I call learning in quotes, to go just look up what someone else has figured out, in general, probably just by running an engine, right? When people are putting out explanations and recaps of a game on the same day it was played, and the game was played at a level that high, unless they're Magnus, probably anyone doing a recap that fast has consulted an engine to do it, right? Because there's no other way that they could understand it that quickly. And so, I wasn't just going to like be told what the top engine approach to the position is and then try quote unquote practicing it, So I had to practice it on my own to actually learn something that might stick. Okay. Berlin Chess. Did Magnus say Gukesh should have pressed with King G7 before E3? Or is he saying he should have played King G7 after H5 instead of taking on H5 and keep playing? Yeah, before E3. Okay. Well, that's interesting because that is the move that I thought Black should play, was King G7, right? And my intention in sparring out the position was to, after E3, prove how White could, basically win the position as White against Kostya or Jesse or whoever would play with me. And B, to go back before E3 and play King G7 and hold as Black. And I felt confident that I could still hold as Black with King G7. But now that I've seen how strong King G7 was after E3, I understand this comment you're telling me from Magnus, right? That Gukesh could have pressed with King G7. I understand that now because of my practice against the computer. I felt even more how strong and how fast the king activation plan is. So, yeah, everything means more when you put in the work first. That's kind of the meaning of this sidetrack. And we'll get back to guessing opening concepts for Ding here now. Yeah. The earlier idea to run up the king, exactly, Berlin Chess. But the reason why Ding played H5 and sacked the pawn, I learned from experience, is that if he doesn't play H5, the Black king will do that plan of running up even after E3, and it'll be very good. I'm doing well today, Jacob, and yeah, this game looks very fun. Yeah. Okay, and we've got some suggestions. If Ding doesn't want to take on C4, a few people in chat are saying knight E4 could be the option. Gukesh is still in prep, Jack. Yeah, for sure. You've been with us since the beginning, so you've seen he's got 1 minute off his clock to play 7 moves. That's just the time of writing down the opponent's move, writing down your move, pressing the clock. That's it. He's playing at a clip of 9 seconds per move, or 8 5/7, which is very close to that. So the suggestion is knight E4 would be another candidate move. Blocking E4, making the rook E1 move not that useful, opening up the bishop. That's a very beautiful candidate move as well. So to everyone who suggested that, I agree with you very much that knight E4 looks like a real move. It is blib up. Basically, he needs a concept every time he plays the opening. Has anyone ever fallen asleep at the chessboard? Well, yeah, Maddie. Many, many people have. Not at a world championship that I know of. Yeah, if you're wondering the history of the world championship matches, I don't think anyone's ever fallen asleep at the board during the world championship match. I've fallen asleep at the board during 2 matches. As Socratic says, there are even stories of people who died at the chessboard. Ay. Trepidus has done it. I think it's not super uncommon. Bobby Fischer did. There's a famous Bobby Fischer story, right? Where maybe it was Benko who woke him up and then he crushed him and then he regretted it, right? from a U.S. championship. Bisguier. It was Arthur Bisguier. Made the gracious blunder of waking him. Because Bobby had spent the whole night playing blitz chess. So he woke him up and then got destroyed. What do I think of bishop f5? Yeah, bishop f5 would be a desirable move for black that could feel a little bit risky here, right? So far Eastern, every time he's had to think hard in the opening, it has not adversely affected him later in the game. He's left enough time to play the rest of the game just fine. Okay, so bishop f5 and the normal Achilles heel would be queen b3, just as I'm being asked about by Bradley over on the YouTube chat. So yeah, he's saying, you know, queen b3, trying to pressure these 2 points is logical against bishop f5 in general, right? And then queen b6, holding that together. I don't see what's terribly wrong with this approach. If I go c5, takes, knight b4, a6 is in time to stop this move. So that's not impressive at all. So maybe white would go for this. And here, if I were black, once I've got the doubled pawns, I don't want to isolate them. Here with CD. Chess.com's arrows just don't work. I wouldn't want to play CD anymore and doubled isolate them here. I would rather play knight d5, keep a little bit of a structure here. Activate the bishop and give white some center. Trepidus says knight d2 looks good, threatening e4. Oh, I don't know which knight. Yeah, JD, to me, d takes c4 is certainly the normal move here, or the top candidate move. Oh, there's just e4 immediately without knight d2. This might be a problem. This might be the problem you were asking about, Bradley. But if there's queen b3, queen b6, you can trade, and then trade on d5. Black can't take with the knight, which becomes desirable. By the way, Ding just took on c4. See? Everyone who thought Ding is scared or isn't playing key moves or whatever. Wrong. Ding is playing key moves all the time. He's playing... I wouldn't say he's playing without fear. He's playing with mastery of his own fear, right? He's willing to completely disregard his fear and play into whatever might be the scariest stuff. So, very quickly to finish answering Bradley's question, black would have to take like this. Now these are doubled isolated pawns. White controls... Jeez, come on, chess.com. Let me move the pieces on the board. White controls the blockade square quickly with knight c3, and I would think this is slightly pleasant for white, Bradley. So, yeah, that might be a small issue with bishop f5. I'm not saying, you know, black's crushed or anything, but that wouldn't be pumped to play this as black myself. So taking c4 is the critical move. He does take. Gukesh plays e4 immediately. And I would expect Ding's next move to come very quickly, because he could have predicted e4 like I did after 5 seconds, and he spent 30 minutes on this move. So he should have predicted this and should play his next move at least quite quickly. Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance that black can hold on to the pawn, and that's the point of taking, is, you were saying that white's pawn on c4 was hanging, they left it hanging, then you say, okay, well, now I will take it. That's just logical. I'm excited to see this, because I really do think of Gukesh as being an expert of this kind of structure as black, the d takes c4 structure. I've seen less games where he's got the white side of it. So, yeah, looking forward to it. Excuse me for one moment here. Try to blow the night away. If I can find my mic, I can mute. Okay, and we already have below me the correct move showing live position after 9e4. To my side here, you've got my eval of about 0.15, which I might think about adjusting for the first time of the day. Matt Chess says they're out of the mega database, so it's a super fresh position super early. Lucas says, at what move will Gukesh play g4 is the key question here for this game. Why not b5 holding onto the pawn? I think b5 is the most likely move, Dead Poet Society. Yeah, these players have a different style than Carlsen and Yash, right? I mean, Carlsen has the greatest play and greatest style of his era, but not everybody thinks his games are the most exciting games of his era, right? They're the best games of his era, but not everybody's taste. Knight bd7 is perfectly normal move as well as b5. Bishop e6 is often played in these lines to defend with pieces and develop more, but with the pawn already on e4, I don't think it looks as good. So to me, b5, b5 would be the main move. Bishop e6, knight g5, bishop g4. Yeah, maybe bishop e6 is fine as well. All right, he's played reasonably quickly with bishop g4. All right, so he's going for pretty free piece play and a Grunfeld feel. He's not necessarily committing to holding onto the pawn. Okay. Hey, Ron. He never backs down. That's right, Spinal Tap. And I think it's not because he doesn't feel fear. Like, watching him, he looks obviously hyper nervous, if not terrified at many times. But he's very, very principled, right? He tries to play the very best move he can every time. Guns for it. Steve Nash points out that for the moment, bishop g4 is blockading the move g4, right? Just blockade that pawn, hold it back. But in general, Ding is happy to see Gukesh play these G4 moves, right? He's ready to like, yeah, go for it. We'll fight. You know, maybe it'll hurt your position. Bring on your stockfish. All right, speaking of bringing it on, Gukesh was prepared for Bishop G4, and he plays the move that was my 1 second instinct against Bishop G4. You can capture this pawn with the knight, or you can recapture here. So you could play H3 next if black plays B5 and just claim the bishop pair. Right, so B5, you go H3. They could pay you some tribute tempi, or they could pay you a bishop pair of tribute, right? And then you take here. And yeah, with the D pawn hanging, that mildly restrains us from this move H3 that we might want to play because of this, right? Okay, George asking, now can black be greedy? Absolutely. Black has the option at any move here to play B5 and be greedy. And it's what we could expect black to play. Now, I thought Ding should play this bishop G4 move in, 10 seconds. He should have been ready for E4. Instead, he spent like 3 minutes, which was not perfect, but it's still in keeping with my prediction that he would play the move relatively quickly. But it is possible that now after knight BD2 that he's going to have a second think, a secondary checkup on his bishop G4, his DC4 bishop G4 concept, and decide whether he wants B5 or some developing move. Surely B5 does have some problems, but surely it's playable. But I think it's also surely playable to let the C pawn go. I'd imagine it's okay to just develop your pieces here as black. Knight BD7 or some such move. For example, let me show you like a basic thing about knight BD7. If white takes back their pawn, you could now throw in the move B5 right there. Oh, yeah. So now knight E5 is not very good because this knight can't recapture, right? So black can take. And that's not exactly what you want. However, maybe knight E3 is enough for white to have a pleasant position. But basically the idea is black's going to make this trade and then push E5. That's the idea of this knight BD7, B5 move order I'm suggesting. I mean, I might slightly favor white's bishop pair there. But at least, hopefully, folks can see how this feels like a concept, right? We've developed our pieces. We didn't hold on to the C pawn. Instead, we countered the center with E5 at the first moment, and that's consistent with the bishop on G4 is to win control of these two squares. Jeez Louise, is it annoying that you can't highlight or draw arrows here. Has he played B5, folks? He's played C5. Another non-pawn grubby Grunfeld concept. I was definitely feeling Grunfeld from him when he played bishop G4. White couldn't play knight A5 in the variation. I showed Trepidus because black's queen was covering A5. This position here with B5. I'm not going to be able to draw an arrow probably. Yes. There's queen takes A5. I am J.K. Heidegger, yes. So, in the game, Ding plays C5 relatively quickly. Good on him. Another like 2-3 minutes is not much. And he Grunfelds it, right? He Grunfelds it. No interest in holding pawns or even bishop pairs, just freedom for my pieces, right? And yabba dabba marbles. Freedom for my pieces and yabba dabba marbles. Makes sense, right? Knight D2, it kind of jams up white's development a little bit, right? Desirable move for white would be to push past this with d5. For me, as a space grubber, that's my theory of, when your opponent attacks your center pawn with a bishop pawn, c5, f5, c4, f4. I love to push past if I can. Gukesh is thinking. It's not yet clear if he's out of prep. Lazy sat on the album Rattle and Hum by one of the greater rock bands of all time. There's a song called Freedom for My Pieces. And as a kid, I always thought there's some incomprehensible blah, 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 blah in the song. I always thought the dude, my interpretation of the lyrics that I was not at all confident in, was that the guy was saying, I want some freedom for my people and yabba dabba marbles. That was the best I could guess what he was saying. Obviously, it seems unlikely that that's what he was saying. But that was the best I could guess. So Ding wants freedom for the pieces, which reminds me of freedom for my people. Every Grunfeld player loves c5, yeah. I mean, normally your opponent takes on d5 and you recapture on d5 with your knight, but essentially the d and c pawns get traded, right? So whether white takes on d5 or you take on c4, it's a similar structure. Yeah, coconuts are pawns, Atomic Morphe. Sometimes they're also your feelings or just your general security and safety in a chess position. When your opponent's touching your coconuts, it means the things that they're doing are actually bothering you. Sometimes your opponent has a plan and you're like, go for it, I don't care, right? Like, if white played a3 here, Ding would say, knock yourself out. Keep doing whatever you're doing on the a file. It's not touching my coconuts, right? But when you play d4 and e4 and take over the whole center, then basically you gotta respond. So anyway, etymology on coconuts. I mean, it's just something that Jesse came up with. The pawns are coconuts. Having your opponent go after your pawns is upsetting. And then actually, any really useful plan your opponent does, Jesse might be worried that they're touching his coconuts. Petition for coconuts to also mean coconuts. Coconuts will also always just mean coconuts. Yeah. Half Man, Half Biscuit had a song called Bad Losers on Yahoo Chess. That does seem a little bit old now, but amusing. And Yash Joshi sadly reports that Ding is coughing a lot on the live feed, meaning he might be a little sick like me, which is unfortunate, of course. Oh, Jesse says it comes from his buddy from Mexico, the IM, who said rook in center is big. You may or may not know what. Anyway, I keep our stream PG, so, well, whatever. Kids can talk about feces, right? His friend says, don't worry about this, kids or parents of kids. Shit is just a thing. Feces are just a thing. His friend from Mexico would say, rook in center is big shit. The rook is the only piece in chess that doesn't benefit from being in the center and prefers to be always out on the outskirts, pretty much. And so being in the center just means it gets attacked by things. So rook doesn't like that. Yeah, my kids love making jokes about shit, so it's okay. I don't mind. All right. So Gukesh is having a pretty good think. I didn't want to immediately say he was out of prep when he thought for 2 or 3 minutes, but when he gets down to 149 or so, he's probably kind of out of prep. Does e5 force the knight back? No, it does not, Trepidus. After e5, the knight can go sailing straight into the center on d5. That said, you could then go like knight c4, pawn takes, queen takes with a tempo. Takes with another tempo. It's not necessarily bad, even though the knight did go into the center. But Gukesh plays my move, and relatively quickly, we cannot be sure that he's out of prep. In my opinion, with that time think, again, you're welcome to disagree, and I'm welcome to be wrong. But I think for Gukesh to spend 7 minutes on a move, it's still within the realm of he might have just been checking on some things that he knows. It's a pretty small think. Normally, here's another way of thinking about it, folks. When Gukesh is out of prep in the games, or when Ding is out of prep in the games, how long do they normally think on their first move where they're out of prep? Anyone have a feeling like of what the habit or pattern is approximately? How long do they normally think when they're out of prep? Right? Isn't it more like 20 minutes or so average when you're out of prep at this level? So this is a pretty quick move, and he spent about 7 minutes when Ding played bishop a3 a couple games ago, and during that game he spent 2 or 3 minutes on 1 or 2 other moves, 7-8 minutes, knight bd7, and all that. And I made the mistake of thinking that that he was like mildly surprised, but like the line wasn't super challenging, so he solved it quickly. But he later said in comments that he had been aware. He was not out of prep. So I personally think the odds are here 7 minutes on this move. He's not out of prep yet, but maybe starting to refresh and brush up on what's coming next. Famous legal case where a guy asked for his payment in bananas and the court ruled that payments have to be in actual money. I wonder if that would apply to somebody asking for their payment in coconuts, right, Neptunian? That could be tested one day. Gukesh could say, you know, he took my coconut on c4. I want Gukesh to repay me with the pawn on c4, and the court might rule that he has to repay him with $200,000 since that is the cost of a game in this World Championship match. For all of us, it makes less sense to think beyond 20 minutes the way they do sometimes. Is everybody here in general clear on why, especially against this level of opponent and especially in a World Championship match and especially with opening prep, that it makes more sense for players like Gukesh and Ding to think for 20 or 30 minutes on some key moves than it does for you and me, etc.? Is everybody here aware of like the big difference in these situations? Or I could recap it quickly, I guess. The basic thing is when you're playing a game, a 0.2 advantage or a 0.3 advantage, something like that, is not a really, really big deal. Right? Like if you give your opponents that you play on a normal basis a 0.3 advantage, they're not going to convert or prove it in some way. Right? Whereas these players are playing at a level where they are afraid to give up a 0.3 of a pawn mistake. So the skill of the opponent is less good. You can play more freely without agonizing over which move is a tiny bit better. Another thing is, for most of us, we're not good enough to come up with new ideas that are deeper down the road when we've already been thinking for 10 minutes. Normally after 10 minutes, we'll mostly just be spinning our wheels or reevaluating something we've already thought about, right? So the extra time that we use is going to be less useful as well. But these players are able to continue going deeper and generating new ideas and evaluating further positions down the road. So they're able to keep making progress between minutes 10 and 30 on their think. And the pressure of the opponent is what forces you to do it mainly. The pressure of the opponent, that you can't afford to make small mistakes. So normally I would think only 20, 30 minutes on a move that I think is worth like 2 to 3 points of evaluation. Does that make sense? Like, I think it's like a critical move that's either, winning or losing, or the decisive attack starts, or a calculation where I have an opportunity to win a piece if I find the right line. That's where it's worth that much time for me. Or if I'm worried my opponent might achieve something similar. But if I'm afraid that my opponent is going to gain 0.3 pawns, that might not be worth more than 15 minutes for me to think about, because my opponents are usually like 24, 2,500. So it's a level of danger below what Gukesh and Ding are facing. Okay, e6 played from Ding. So the concept here is, if you take on e6, he takes back with the bishop and defends the pawn, and that's awkward. And if you go knight c4, that black can take, and maybe this pawn is hanging. Now that said, if black took with the queen, this looks risky. Bishop e6. I guess bishop e6 holds it. A little bit Far Eastern, they weren't like totally recommended for your level, basically, right? Okay, so what can Gukesh do against e6? Well, here's a concept. He could potentially play d6. Holy cannoli, would that be a move? That would be a pretty big concept. Idea to play e5, get a protected pass pawn on d6, and reopen the g2 bishop. Well, that is the maximal move. That is the instinctive move for Gukesh or me, for sure. Achilles thinks it's possible that Gukesh was out of prep and was just feeling a little bit more confident and impulsive to play d5 quite quickly. If he was out of prep, let's say this, if he was out of prep, he played d5 super fast, right? And now we have to calculate d6 a little bit and also keep an eye on how quickly does Gukesh play here. Ding, on the other hand, played e6 quickly enough that it seems like during his 30-minute think, he's already analyzed this d6 possibility. Why can't queen takes d6 get played? Basically because e5 is going to win a piece. At this point, you could say it's a piece for 3 pawns because black's already got 2 c-pawns. But there's nothing about this position that suggests that the pawns would be anywhere near as good as a piece here, right? I wouldn't even really call it messy. I would call it, oh, Ding's made a move. Wait, no. No, we're waiting on Gukesh to move. Sorry, somebody said Ding just plays knight bd7. I thought that meant he'd moved. So I would say d6, queen d6 just flat out loses. That would be my take. White takes the piece. You maybe recapture. White gets back a pawn on c4 pretty quickly, probably. This bishop's well placed. It's just lost. You can't do it. So against d6, Trepidus thinks maybe knight bd7 could be played. And then against knight c4, you've got the options of b5 and e5. But what if white plays e5 now with the rook defending it? We go like here. White takes to defend it. Black goes b5. And it looks like the e5 pawn is hanging. Audio is cutting for you guys? That's weird. Test, test, test. Either just got fixed or you closing the player and opening the stream again helped. That's weird. Thanks, and please warn me if that seems to be a consistent issue. So to me, white's dropping the e-pawn here in this line at first blush doesn't look like it's working out. I understand it could still be messy or complicated with knight here, knight takes, knight here. And then even against a6, maybe knight c7. Who knows what's going on? I think it doesn't work. I think it doesn't work. Maybe white could play h3. Takes, supporting this pawn, but not recapturing c4. Black kind of needs to break e5 to get these pieces working. Yeah, chess.com, I really wanted an arrow there. Thank you. Phone's dinging. Let's just make sure it's not Jesse needing something. Exciting news. I've been invited to a party at 2 a.m. Wow. Right on. Yeah, so like the super logical move would be f6 to make sure these pieces get out. Oh, again. Okay, they're playing moves. So he's played h3. Bishop f3, bishop f3. All right. So the potential issue with this from Gukesh is that the d5 pawn is undefended, right? Yeah, Ding had to give up the bishop pair here, right? His bishop was trapped by pawns. He'd send it out here to be lost on purpose. But he's trying to break Gukesh's center, meanwhile. H3 costs a tempo, right? So he's also going to hope to be a little bit quicker on development than this bishop on c1. Black can take on d5 with the knight. Black can first play c3, takes, and then take on d5, just so the bishop on g7 will be better against the c pawn than the b pawn if this knight's coming here anyway. Looks like still a pawn sack by Gukesh. And by the way, folks, I haven't moved my eval bar yet. I haven't gotten to any positions yet where I absolutely knew the evaluation to be really confident about. I also feel like so far neither player has made any particular mistakes, so I feel like the advantage is probably in this 0.1 to 0.15 range. I think that's reasonable. I mean, does Ding have to take the pawn? Still not clear 100% whether Gukesh is in or out of prep. I have to say it's in that like gray zone where he may be like fuzzily within some prep. Although he played this line today, so he's kind of more likely either in prep or not in prep, right? I guess you could be an 18-year-old world championship candidate and maybe not remember everything. Have to refresh your mind a little bit. Okay, so we've got a basic point being brought up in chat, and it's the basic position for us to put on the board to look at as well, right? The knight's undefended here. And if it moves, b7 is dead. And there's no piece that can defend it. So, this is basically not an option for black. This would be a clear advantage for white here. Your knight would move, white would take on b7, your rook would be trapped. No, it's lost. This is actually lost, so he can't do that. That's not even a move. But it gives us a first look into the position. So then next, let's look at c3, takes. Note that in addition to e5, white has the move e5, actually. Hey Seth, welcome to the show. Yes, it is, I mean, for me, it's neither early nor late. It's 2 a.m. It's just the middle of the night. You know, I don't know how to call it. Magnus, in one of his interviews, was asked what kind of positions you train leading up to the World Championship. And he trained Catalan down the C pawn. Okay. So Azure, they had a symmetrical. Oh, looks like Jesse may be here. Let's bring Jesse in. One second, folks. We're gonna adjust the cameras here a little bit and bring in Jesse. The boss has been getting up at 5 a.m. every day. Very consistent. So, Asher, we had a Fianchetto Grunfeld, basically, by transposition, a Catalan type game. Catalan approach from Gukesh, Grunfeld approach from Ding. Gukesh had an unusual move very, very early in the game, prepped, that Ding didn't seem to have reviewed recently, and so we got into unusual thinking territory pretty quickly. And that's right where we are right now. Okay, so let's just calculate a tiny bit here, right? I'm almost inclined to try e5 before ed5. So bear with me as I try it. e5, we could get knight e8 or knight d7 here mainly. Maybe even knight h5. Let me just double check knight h5. It leads to a very unusual position. White's going to be missing his light squared bishop, but black's going to be missing his pawn structure. Knight c6, knight f3. I guess f6 to fight for space. Over here before white plays bishop g5. And now white could, I guess, go bishop h6. Queen e8 looks equal. Or actually very comfortable for black. Queen g4, queen g6. Queen e6, queen f7. Oh, queen h4 may still be playable. Yeah. Queen h4 would, I guess, still be playable there. Okay, and what about this? Here, here, here. I think this would be a little risky for black, this position here, folks. Just the king being open. Black can't easily force the queen trade. So I think they're going to be a little bit worse. But not dead. c3, bc3, ed5, e5. Okay, let's say knight h5 is mildly unlikely here. And let's throw in knight d7, bishop takes d5, knight e5, bishop here. I know I'm hanging things. It's sort of on purpose. This is playable for both sides. I would slightly prefer white. Try throwing in this move, but then I think maybe white can take here. Yeah, I don't see this quite working out for black. All right, so let's play knight e8. Ooh, I found a move. If we let white take on d5, we're much worse as black here, by the way, folks. Just basic, simple. Like knight c6, queen d5, advantage. Okay? We don't need to go further than that. Significant advantage. So, knight c4, knight c7. I'm just defending my pawn as I can. And now white has to either go in or pressure d5. I think white's a little bit better here in this analysis. But that's still kind of instinctive rather than confident. Hey, Jesse.
How you doing, bud?
Excellent.
Yeah, we're getting some exciting stuff, dude.
Yeah.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
He got a
I'll
rich
tell you.
position and out of theory quite quickly.
Yeah. Well, you've probably already talked about it, but seven rook e1. Uh, that's I'll check the database in a second, but that looks wrong. It's obviously some idea that he has, but it's obviously wrong. You've probably already talked about it, but forever people have thought that c takes d5 there, followed by knight c3, knight e5 was like the only thing you could do. Those are the famous uh Kasparov Karpov games.
Yep. Yeah. I mentioned the
Um,
classical approach. Um,
yeah.
I did not say that something new had to be wrong, though. That's something you've added to our show.
Well, obviously he's checked it and stuff. And even
Yeah.
the next couple of moves, he plays pretty quickly until black plays c5.
Yeah. And even
So,
here, Jesse, I'm not 100% sure whether he's in prep or not
mm,
based on his time usage. The most time he used on any move was 7 minutes. And, when they get out of prep, they often think for 20 minutes. So, as
right.
Chad said, maybe he played a little impulsively and confidently, or maybe he's still in prep. You know?
Oh,
Okay,
it does.
ED5,
Yeah.
ED5. Okay. So maybe now Ding can play C3 after first trading on D5. Yeah. That makes sense.
So this is hilarious, Dave. There's so many on move seven. There's so many moves that White has played. Like
Mm-hmm.
we're talking all kinds of weird stuff, right?
Yeah.
And there's far more moves with the totally bizarre knight a3 than there are with rook e1.
Yeah.
More moves with rook with e3, or h3 even. Yeah. Um, well, one
Yeah.
thing I want to say about Ding that's interesting is tanking forever and then playing dc4 because dc4 is, of course, I think the principled move.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you take on d5,
Yeah.
right? At the same time, 28 minutes, like it's either you take or you don't, buddy, right? So it's like a principled choice. There's no way for you to analyze it to death. It's given that it's prep, it's a risk, but thinking about it longer isn't gonna take that risk away, right? And then he thinks on the next move too on Bishop G4. So that really is a lack of, I think that's a lack of confidence, what KGB would call like, thinking on an intuitive move. Right? Okay.
But he wants to have a concept for how he's going to play the position after DC4.
But you know what I'm saying, buddy? Because he doesn't. He didn't. He was like E4. I'll think about it some more again.
Well, I
You know.
think he was lacking in confidence because he spent about 3 minutes double checking, but I think he had this whole idea in mind already during the 30-minute think, based on overall how quickly he's played after this. I think that he played C5 in like 2 or 3 minutes. I think that was already in mind, and he played E6 in 2 or 3 minutes. So I think he had this concept in mind already back then. Okay, but now knight BD7, and I would say he's simply considerably worse.
David, also, I'm sure you've addressed this. Sorry for, I
No,
come late.
yeah. You come in when you come in.
But
That's good.
so, just so I get it, why is it bishop takes F3 on move 12 and not queen takes F3? I'm sure there's a reason.
Oh, we didn't get to that at all, actually. I don't know.
Maybe because then rook E8 or something. I don't know. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know either. But I
Um,
want to first update my eval bar here because I have an opinion about this position. I'm going to get rid of
okay.
Kostia's number for the moment, and I'm going to say 0.4. I really like this position for white.
So I'll give you an database update. So on after D takes C4, it's been seen one time by two chumps, complete chumps, and the guy on move 8 played E4, which I mean, excuse me, he played A4. He played A4 instead of E4. I was looking at it
Yeah,
here.
you didn't even want to give his pawn.
Yeah.
Gukesh was happy to give his pawn.
Okay. Ooh, exciting stuff. All
Yeah.
right. So knight C4 and then B5.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anything yet.
Sure.
So with this B5 move, it makes some sense. And, you know, we don't have a great spot for the knight.
No. Two mediocre choices on D6 and E3 here. Oh, Gukesh is playing so fast, Jesse. And A3. He's playing super fast now.
I can imagine him. Yeah, so this would be the kind of thing imagine with the team that, you would check it with the computer and stuff, but then you would also try to really play it out a bunch,
Yep.
like over the board.
Yeah.
That's how I would, if I was the trainer, that's how I would want to do it. Spar it and see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about it.
So I have to look at something real quick because I'd been talking about it earlier, which is on move 13 if black played C3. Just have to quickly have a look at that move. The idea is that after pawn takes C3, knight D5, the knight might have somewhere to go. But knight C4 still looks winning for white, possibly. Let's look through it further, but the point is knight C3, white can trade the queen.
But also, David, on
Then
C3, I think knight C4 might be strong.
Knight C4 without taking the pawn.
Right. Because then you don't achieve B. I don't think you achieve B5 then, because I always have D6.
So you play just gambit style like this, and you get everything. You get d6 for white.
I think that's the intention. Yeah.
That looks quite pleasant.
Whereas this
Pleasant,
thing,
yeah.
like we can debate whether we think white's better or not, but it is true that the knight is a turn on A3.
In the game. If he plays a6, you think?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different moves. A6, Queen B6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but what knight a3 gives Gukesh, in addition to a turn on a3, is it gives him d6, right? If he played some other move, he may or may not have had time to get in d6. Here he's definitely going to get some fresh air for his bishop. So I guess in that sense, rook b8 makes more sense than a6, right? You probably have to pay that tribute anyway. But then he gets more tempi with bishop f4. I mean, that's enough to make a fiend start trembling with excitement. That's a lot of time.
I'm just saying, whenever I see a knight that's that bad, I have to really believe in it. So,
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, David, let's spar it out a little bit, and then maybe it'll just kind of organically we'll get a sense of things. So, I'll defend Black's honor, and I'll start with Queen B6.
Queen b6. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of the question of why is Gukesh moving so fast, I have a suspicion he might be in prep here. I have a suspicion he might still be in prep, that he needed a few minutes to remember something, or a few minutes to pretend he was thinking. But I have a feeling he might be in prep still.
Well, I think one of the nice things about what Ding does here with B5 is he gets a concession no matter what, because the knight on E3, terrible. Knight on D2, terrible. A3 is, I think, also terrible. So if I was Black, I'd be like, I don't know which of those he's going to go to, but he's going to give me a 30 knight no matter how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I presume something was wrong with knight d6, but that, I mean, the only thing I'd seen was that it allows a knight trade, which is not obvious to me.
But just Queen B6.
Just Queen b6.
Yeah.
Oh, and bishop f4 g5?
Sure.
And hope that everything works out.
Also, as you said, that the D6 square, it's going to be one of the coming questions whether white can push that thing with effect or not. And let's say the obvious, the pawn on D5 can be both a strength or a weakness.
Yeah.
And especially with a 30 knight, it could be a weakness.
Okay. I will play your Queen b6. You shall defend the honor of Ding. And
which after yesterday, dude, I don't know if he's got any honor. Not yesterday, the day before, if he's got any honor left. Queen b6 played. Welcome to the dojo. I just get up. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Who gets the move right? I do.
Oh, Jesse loves competition. Man, oh man.
Okay, now what I need to see before I'm just drinking my morning coffee, before I hit that sensei eval bar, what I need to see is like an idea, what White's idea here could be.
Okay. So I apologize for not moving faster, but I've got like 3 candidate moves here: bishop e3, bishop f4, and d6.
Oh no, yeah.
So
take your time.
It's hard for me to just randomly blitz it out. But I can also use takebacks and stuff, and just play bishop e3 quickly if you like.
No. Because whatever you do, David, you need to have a plan of how you're going to fix the knight.
Yeah, my plan here is to threaten b4 and maybe have you spend a tempo on a5. And once you've played a5, it might not be so easy to keep that b pawn defended long term. It'll be on a light square. My knight might be doing enough just by attacking the B pawn.
Okay, so bishop e3 is our first candidate.
Yeah. And I'll play rook c1. And you'll have to keep
Okay,
c5 and
so let's
b5 both
just,
defended.
I'm going to take a look now for black and try to spar this, but I want to say about bishop e3. What it looks like is it looks a little superficial in that you're trying to touch my coconut and you're leaving e5 unattended and you're not fixing your knight. Also, b4 isn't a threat yet because I can always play queen a6 and touch your knight.
Wow.
Right?
I still think it's I'd be pretty
Bishop
happy to play
f4. Okay, good. I called it. I knew that was the move.
Okay.
The bishop doesn't belong on e3. So, okay, if I was going to try to get inside just what white might want to claim here is not a super hasty d6, David. No, we got to fix the knight first. And so I think if it were my move now as white, I would strongly consider knight b1. There's questions about knight b1, all kinds of knight h5, or who knows. But just positionally, I would be looking at knight b1. Knight c2 also comes to mind.
Yeah.
And you were talking about b4, David, and maybe I could really dream about at some point knight c2 followed by b4.
Yeah. We have to watch out for the angry bishop on g7 too.
Yeah.
So
also rook b1 at some point here.
You got to be prepared what we're doing with this pawn and the rook. Another thing you have to keep your eye on, Jesse, is g4. Some people in chat warned us of this, like by move 3. They said, "What move is Gukesh going to play g4 on?" So, and looking at this position, Jesse.
Yeah.
There's a part of me that wants to play g4 once I see bishop f4, right? I can tuck my bishop. I can kick that knight to hell with g5. So I would say this is definitely a g4able position.
Okay. After you fix your knight, I'll let you.
Yeah, it was not my first thought. My first thought is bishop e3, rook c1, developing my pieces. Maybe keep your knight stuck on d7, defending c5. And then maneuver my knight once I've got my rook off the g7, b2 diagonal. That was sort of my, take one approach to this. But once he played bishop f4, the move g4 did come to mind.
Okay. So, by the way, I'm coming around. My first instinct was if it was white's move, I would play knight b1. And I think, no, I'm going to play knight c2, intending b4. And the dream there is that to get the knight to the c6 square, conceivably. But also, just for him to do anything. Now, by the way, I think in chat, somebody's kind of thinking about it. But the tactic now, we have to now check. I don't believe in this yet at all for black, but we have to check it. Is knight h5.
Okay, yeah, so I looked at a knight h5 move in another position, and it wasn't completely atrocious.
Right. I don't believe in this. In fact, I think here's a solid variation. Maybe there's other things that white could do, but I think the simplest is bishop h5, bishop b2, rook b1, and bishop a3, and then just bishop e2. Maybe there's other moves too.
Bishop a3, bishop e2?
Well, rook b1, bishop a3, bishop e2. Oh, you did something else, David. No, so bishop f4, knight h5, bishop takes.
Yeah.
And I think you must have gone gh or something in your variation.
Oh, you didn't even recapture.
Well, because gh makes no sense. Gh, and then I'll play rook b1 or whatever I want to do, queen d2, and then you've damaged your king side for no reason.
Well, not for no reason. I got the bishop pair back.
Okay.
You just play rook b1. Okay.
Now, maybe that position, you could do it as black. I'm realizing, too, on bishop e2, like somebody's computer might play bishop b4 and feel okay about life. I don't know.
Okay, so you're saying takes, then bishop takes b2. So then you go rook b1.
Uh-huh. By the way, when you take on a3, you fix my problem piece. So one of the
Right.
reasons this obscene is we wouldn't really want to take the problem piece, but it is grabbing a pawn, so therefore maybe we should just check it.
Well, any other move for black, and they're down a piece now, right? So you've kind of committed,
Yeah.
dog, to this lunatic approach. Bishop off on a3.
And he does win a pawn. And I don't see anything concrete yet because bishop e2, bishop b4, bishop g4, I'm assuming just knight f6.
Mm-hmm. How about rook e7 here before moving the bishop?
Rook e7's also thought, probably still knight f6. I don't know what the rook's doing there yet.
Well, it's staying out of the way of bishop b4 for one thing. Now I'll go back to e2. And black's hosed.
He's going to play bishop b4.
It's like they're playing a crummy Benoni / Nimzo Benoni.
Also, David, instead of bishop going back to e2, another idea instead of rook e7 is to play bishop g4.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also a little bit annoying.
Okay. But you asked what my rook is doing here, Jesse. It's allowing me to play bishop c7 and then d6. And lock everything in. This position is resignable. It's like +3 already here. After a3. I'm going to take the coconut on b5. I'll have access to every square on the board. I mean, this is resigns. Okay. So he can't go to h5. No. Okay.
Well, David, let me just say, I don't believe this at all. In fact, we should stop looking at it. But on your bishop e2, I can play c4, and
Can't I take it then?
Well, your rook's hanging.
All right, let me see.
So I'm just.
Bishop
we
h5,
should stop
bishop
it.
b2, rook
it's
b1,
obscene.
takes a3, rook, knight, bishop. Oh, and you attack the rook from behind. All right.
But David, let's just say, how about we leave it at the moment of being like, that would be insane.
Yeah.
Okay. But it is true that if you're white, you might. I don't think you should even be nervous about it. And the main point to say about it is, even if you can't calculate a win for white or anything, the guy's taking your knight. And so the knight on a3 is like the big problem.
Plus the bishop was pretty important on g7, right? So yeah, Asher, I would probably play my plan here of bishop c7 and pawn to d6, but I have to double check it before I do it. There is this like queen c5, knight d5 line. But anyway, Jesse says we all know on instinct this is losing for black, so we don't need to spend our time beating it down.
Or at least worse.
I'm going to offer you a random thought, Jesse, and then we can analyze some more reasonable move. My random thought is, when I first thought of g4, I then thought, but the knight on f6 is happy to go knight e8, knight d6 anyway, right?
Okay.
So what are you doing, like pushing the g-pawn, dude? Just in your imagination, right?
Yeah.
You're just sending him to that blockade square, just like he wants to be. But here's the thing: if at some point, like I don't know, I'll play a6 for black just to mark time. If at some point black plays knight e8, that in some position could be the green light for white to push d6 themselves and keep the knight stuck on e8.
Okay, yeah.
So just a pattern to keep in mind, right? That when the knight heads to d6, provoked or unprovoked by g4, white might have d6 in response.
Yeah, and let's say the thing that feels obvious to me is like d6 is a dream for white, but until that knight gets fixed, we shouldn't expect white to be able to win the battle in the center with the knight so poor.
We'll be down a piece. Black will attack the d6 pawn, and the piece is defending it, and it'll be quite tricky.
So here's a couple ideas that I want to just throw out there for moves. Because black has a wide variety of moves here. So rook a e8, rook f e8, rook a d8, even rook c8, c4, and a5. A5 looks weird, but I think A5 makes some sense too.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Now, one thing I want to say is with this, when we play C4, if even when we play C4, we are telling the knight on A3, hey, buddy, do you want to dream about coming to C6 via B4 or D4? Right? That's what we're telling the knight when we play C4. Oh, David still got his cold, man. He's been killing himself. He's been killing himself for this show. We appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, it's all right. Not dead yet. C4, yeah, of all the moves you mentioned, seemed like the most committal / risky because bringing that knight to life. Chat also wondering, is Ding risking some major time pressure here?
Oh, yeah.
It's becoming a thought. It's becoming a thought. Also because I don't think his position's good. Jesse, do you have an evaluation for us for this position
I'm
yet?
still looking at it. I believe in black because the knight's so bad.
Okay.
Not that I think black's better, but I think black is, I would call this unclear
Okay.
for me at the moment.
Okay. All right.
Um,
So I think that black has a difficult position, and Ding has used a lot of time in the opening before, but he's never had like a bad position. So it was always like it always panned out because then he had a good enough position that he could play quite quickly, right? It would be an entirely different thing to have the amount of time he's had in previous games and have an objectively difficult position, which we don't know for sure if he has here, right? But if in 2 or 3 moves it turns out like, oh yeah, black is sort of suffering here, there are certain positions that even for Ding would be difficult to play under time pressure. So, in other positions where everything will just become clear to him, and we've seen that he can play a complicated middle game, 5-10 moves in 5 minutes. If it's clear to him. So,
and this is a difficult choice. I think this is very difficult right now to try to figure out what's going on. One thing I was thinking, David, that before you're talking, I think is really, maybe we should even change it up, is the sensei eval is just all about the board. But if we factor in the clock as well, it feels like, that's in a way should be part of the eval.
if you want,
And
yeah.
so for me, yeah, it's definitely worth a couple clicks when you're down an incredible amount of time.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. That would change things up. But I would maybe have 2 evals, one with the clock and one with just the position or
I mean,
something.
we could switch to a estimate of result kind style
That's also
eval,
interesting. Yeah.
right, Jesse? And that would factor in everything. So it would be like the position / how easy or hard we think that position is to play for the players. Because sometimes you're looking at a position, you're like, white's better, but I know in practice, that you can't actually use this advantage. It's too hard to use it, right? So we could factor in the position, how difficult white and black's positions are to play for the players, and the time they have to do it. That'll be something to try.
Okay. Actually, Jake has or I think it's Jake. No, Hesapestus
Yeah,
is asking a critical question
yeah,
that I don't believe in, but we need to check it as well, and that
right.
is knight E8.
Why not 98 is the question. And I have an intuition, Jesse, that white would play D6 once the knight moves.
Good. I think that's the basic question. Does D6 get us?
Right,
But an argument could be to say, hey, since your knight's not playing, I'm going to be able to get at your D pawn. So rook AD8.
right. So I think the threat to A8 is enough. Hesapestus that we don't need to calculate bishop B2 here. I was going to play rook D8, same as Jesse. We got a move in the game, by the way. Rook
Rook
FE8, one of Jesse's candidate moves.
Yeah.
But we'll spend another moment on your why not 98 question. Why not? Now, after rook to D8.
D8.
What do we want to do next? Queen B3 maybe?
Okay. Yeah, maybe queen b3. You're willingly hanging the pawn, but then you're going to make a claim about that final position. Maybe. Yeah. I think also just queen d2 and rook a d1. And so the point has Hephaestus, because we want to go back to the game.
Okay.
Normally we would spend longer, but the point is that if you do not win the d pawn, then your pieces are completely chump changed over there. Right? Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
so rook f8.
If black has to move this knight back to f6 and then try and reorganize things, it's going to have been costly, and white will get away with this d6 pretty nicely.
So with rook f8, I want to say this. Of course, it was a candidate move. Makes sense. But I want to, I'm not in it yet. I don't know what the primary motivations are yet.
Jesse, Gukesh is almost blitzing him. I mean, that was a pretty fast queen d2.
Interesting. And then rook a8. Okay, good. So this lets me know what Gukesh's intention is here.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just talk about it as an intention. I think this is what we're saying. If you take on e8, then I'll play Hephaestus's knight takes, and that will then, in Hephaestus's variation, we have the rook on f8 just being completely out of the game.
Nasty rook.
And,
yeah.
And the e file not challenged. But now we'll take back with the knight, and also our rook on d8 is going to make you think twice about playing d6.
Yeah.
Right. Also, it's just nice that their queen is on d2, because there might be a variety of tactics for us on the d file.
Yeah.
For example, one simple idea I like for black is to play knight f8 at some point soon, and then I don't know if it's want to call it a threat, but the knight e6 could become a thing. Just because your queen is pinned on the d file. Knight b8 c6 is a similar thing.
Yeah, if you could sink that knight on d4, I think that does count as a bit of a threat, because you're cutting off the d pawn from all white's heavy pieces. So I think you're fair to say that that knight maneuver would be a bit of a threat.
I got another obvious thing I want to say. White has an extra piece, minor piece. Well, okay, let me take that back. The bishop on f3 is the unopposed bishop. And so, unfortunately for white, the other two minors can't touch that piece. Once you go d6, only the knight 2 can dream of holding that pawn. So, in terms of minors holding on to helping that d pawn, which is the soul of white's game here, it's hard to do. It's hard to do. So, right now, we might finally get a think. Queen d2 feels natural enough to me, but we need a move here from Gukesh to show what to do with Mr. Knight.
Yeah.
And knight c2 would be, by all means, my first instinct.
Yeah. I mean, rook d1's an obvious candidate move as well. But maybe if black trades on e1, you'll wish that you played knight c2 first. So it has that extra flexibility there. Moving the rook introduces the move b4 for white.
You guys have got to fix the knight. You cannot be leaving that knight there. You got to play it. You got to go. Okay, but we will say rook b1. Also, you could think about b4. I'm going to go ahead and say knight c2 is my prediction.
Mm-hmm.
And then one of the reasons I was talking about a5 earlier is on knight c2. The major point of b4 is just the dream that I get my knight some squares. Because on c2, the knight doesn't actually have squares yet.
Yeah.
And now it is very complicated now, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, on if knight c2, black has knight f8. Oh my gosh, they have a5.
Mm-hmm.
It's maybe that rook e1 thing. It is loopy.
One issue with a5 is white playing a4.
Right. It's controversial.
Trying to
That's
get a
why.
good square for the knight. Because even though you're bringing the knight to maybe e3, that's still not a good square, right? It's like, it's better than a3 by a long shot, but it's not what the knight was dreaming of yet.
Okay. Also, my prediction here is that Gukesh is going to tank here.
Mm-hmm. That
Going to
makes
get a
sense at this
tank.
point. He's got to tank at some point, and this could be his true first move out of prep.
And David, I'm just getting rid of my 0 in the eval bar so your 0.4 can shine through. And I'm working on my eval. This one's hard.
Fair enough.
Because to me, it's all about that knight, dude. Do you have a plan for your knight, buddy? You know?
Well, hang on. If the knight were on a normal square, like c3,
Mm-hmm.
you would just say white was super.
I'd say white's better, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just, it's just a matter of paying 1 or 2 tempi here. I mean, I don't think black's winning the d pawn, and I don't think black's winning back the bishop pair. So it's just a pleasant position.
Well, dude, you got a knight on a3. You got a knight on a3,
Yeah,
boss.
we'll
What do you
move it
mean?
off of a3. Yeah, we'll move it.
Okay, I think it's now concrete. I think this is where Gukesh, shines as a calculator.
When you say this is where Gukesh, then normally the sentence ends with plays g4.
And please don't play G4, buddy.
He's saying your knight can't go to e8 because you're so busy with the tension, my friend. His
All
black
right,
can
David,
always play rook e1 check.
let's just play this out a second. So knight c2.
Mm-hmm.
Let's try knight f8.
Yeah. All right. I am of the opinion that knight e6 is a threat, and therefore I want to move my queen.
Okay, I think the key move is analyzing b4, but you do you.
Is what move?
b4.
b4, undermining d4 in advance.
I don't know where you'd put the queen either. I don't know where you're going.
Yeah. No obvious squares at the moment to go to. Nowhere to go.
Okay, but
Okay.
b4.
A4.
a4. Maybe.
That's my move. I'm allowing everything.
Okay, knight e6.
Bishop e5. Cartier agrees with me. It might be time for g4 now.
So let's just say the obvious. This is a very difficult position to evaluate, and it's all gonna come like it's gonna be a bunch of tactics now because black needs to tactically give white grief before white fixes the knight.
Yeah.
And one nice thing about this variation, which I have no idea if this is correct, a4 doesn't feel right to me, but that what is happening here is that the knight on c2 is at least doing something because knight d4 you can take the thing now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This was my intention, folks, that just knight d4 couldn't be played yet because I would take it. I win a pawn, and the game. And, yeah, my next move potentially, in some cases, could be queen c3. That's like a square I'm trying to get for my queen with this bishop e5 move. My evaluation is just the board, Brun.
Okay, David, let me just make some, here's another, okay, a4 I don't like because it's not directly addressing the knight, which I feel b4 is, but okay, we're going to give it a try. How about a4 and I just snip it?
Oh, so we're not playing knight e6 now.
We might play 96. I think it's a very rich position, hard to come up with clear thoughts.
You take on a4. I guess I'll play knight e3.
Knight e3 might be a good move. And if I go knight e4?
Knight e4. No, that's too strong. Yeah, I didn't look at that.
Something I want to stress to the viewers, okay?
Yeah.
Is I think a lot of players would play, and this would actually be a good approach. They'd be like, dude, I have to fix the knight, so we're going to play knight c2. Black doesn't have to play knight f8, okay? There's other moves out there, but I think if you wanted to try to calculate it, and for us, like get a feel of the flavor of the position, you know, you're obviously going to go down a huge rabbit hole because then on knight f8, there's, I think b4 is more like the positional move, but a4 maybe, you know, maybe. All right, Dave, you want to try again with a4? What do you think? I mean, ba, there's all other moves for you, of course. I don't know.
Right.
Other moves.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to do something else here, I think it would be maybe rook takes e8, knight takes e8, rook takes a4. If I were to try again here.
But that seems at least reasonable for black because I win that b2 pawn. Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, I've got play. If you take on b2, it's with your bishop, right?
I could also take with the queen. I could take with the queen and then play c4, c3 and say, welcome to the dojo.
Okay, you can try that.
I don't know which one's the right one. I'm just saying, it looks reasonable for black, or at least very hard to evaluate.
Okay, so I take, you push. I guess it might be time for me to push my pawn too, right? Head to d7.
Yeah, okay, so c3.
c3. Queen d3.
And now, am I winning the pawn with queen? Oh, I see. But wait a second. No, Dave, that was too fast, right? Because on d6, I don't play c3, and I play queen b6, and your pawn is gone?
Pawn is gone. Let's see.
Maybe you could play rook a8. There is still maybe something. Yeah, okay. Rook a8 might be a good move, and you're just saying, boss, I'm going to roll. I'm going to roll, boss.
I've also got rook b7 is playable, I think.
Okay, I'll take it back. I'll do my original intention. c3, queen d3, and then just my original move again was knight e6.
Yep. You got another prediction right, by the way, boss. This is Gukesh's tank here.
Yeah.
All right, so you go knight e6. I go d7.
I was gonna play knight f6, but now I'm a little nervous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what else are you gonna do, boss? I go rook a8.
That's all, you know, a little scary, sure. Okay, let's take it to the top.
Yeah.
Rook a8. We both. Do you? By the way, do you have another candidate move besides knight c2?
Not especially, but I also didn't feel like it's really forced. I think he could play rook ad1. Is not gonna spoil anything, probably. Or I mean, I don't know. Rook ad1 looks like a move.
I feel
Um,
like we would do rook ad1 maybe if we wanted to play knight b1 next.
yeah.
You know, and by the way, when I play knight c2, I'm just like I'm really trying to get some squares with b4, and of course, all those positions are going to be really involved because do I actually after like any kind of b4 c4, am I actually able to play knight d4? You know, that's going to be a question.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Also, David was talking about a4. If I want to play a4, I'd rather see something like b4 first, right? Um,
Yeah, Achilles is saying in our variation you could have played knight d6, blocking my pawn before advancing yours.
yeah, there was all kinds of things I could have done.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I remember I was looking at that Achilles. I was thinking he might do it, but from my perspective, I was just happy to have broken up his queenside pawns a little bit and have a little more of a plan for where my knight's going. Even if black blockades me on d6, it's not the end of the worries, right? I still have the passed pawn, I still have the bishop pair, I still like white.
okay, I'll tell you guys what. Let's do that. Let's just make it fun. I'm gonna say the position's equal. I don't. It's very, you know, the old school way of talking about would be to call it unclear.
Sure.
And how about this, David? I'll defend Ding's honor,
Yeah.
and we'll just spar it out a bit. You don't have to play knight c2. You can play whatever you like.
I don't mind. Knight c2 is fine. It worked
Okay.
out that time.
So knight c.
I'll play knight c2 again.
Okay. One thing that I do not like what that Gukesh is doing is he is thinking now for Evs about what Black would do after knight c2 and how that rabbit hole. Yeah, he's rabbit holing it. I think it's inappropriate. I think it's inappropriate. I think you if knight c2 is the square, you play it and you don't think forever because the tactical part is in fact going to come right now, and that's when you're really going to have to think after say knight f8.
But he's already probably going to have calculated some amount of it.
But knight f8 isn't the only move. That's why I think from a you just play knight c2 and then you see because Black could consider all kinds of things. All right, did we
Maybe.
get it right? Knight c2. Welcome to the dojo, my friends. Who called it? You gotta fix the knight. He's finally becoming a little bit more positional and avoiding g4.
Yeah.
How about he really wanted to too. It was full impulse
I was
control.
thinking he might be thinking about g4, and the thing is, like g4, g5, then Black plays rook e1 check and knight e8, and you've spent a lot of moves sending that knight to d6 for Black,
Mhm.
just time wise, it didn't make sense here. Okay, I want to say one thing, Jesse,
Mm-hmm.
and unfortunately, it's a pretty obvious thing. And knight f8 comes instantly from Ding, by the way.
Yeah.
Showing that you can
Oh, who
play
got
like the
it
good
right,
moves very
buddy?
fast once it gets going, right? And you get another one. But I just want to point out, Jesse, these guys are on a different level than us. So when they should or shouldn't think about something is different. He's making useful calculations often, just further ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna fight that a little bit, but also we're gonna say I think this would be the moment I think is a big thing right now for White because because I feel like if I was just playing Blitz, I play B4, but yeah, there's a lot of variations after that, dude. There's a lot of different things that can go down after that b4 move. But so the reason I want to fight you on it is Gukesh, dude, there's been some, that you got a lot of heavyweights doing, post-game recaps talking about it. And also the echoed a kind of sentiment I've been just kind of been playing with, and that is that Gukesh is not mature as a chess player. Okay, so that doesn't mean he's not a great player. It just means his strength is that he's really good at calculating positions, but he doesn't have the maturity of like feeling what the moves are, right? And so he's won a lot. He's got to where he is by really super calculating things. And sometimes
I don't think
you
anyone
got to
gets to
play.
2780 without some fairly mature skills.
Sometimes you just got to play a move, and sometimes your body has to say, "No, I'm not going to play G4."
I mean,
No, obviously.
if he weren't mature, wouldn't somebody have found some way to play against him at the
Well,
Olympiad at some point?
Ding is kind of finding a way to play against him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. That said, all right, I just wanted to make that point about the time usage. I do think like this is a big calculation moment now. So this is where he can shine.
We didn't look
And
at
I think
93 here, folks, because 93 probably walks into 96.
also knight e4 is probably annoying.
Might be as well, yeah. But less here. But here, okay, like fair, the 93, like black just plays 96. Where's your bishop going? The knight's coming to d4.
Right. So one of the cool things that we discovered in our variation is the knight on c2 at the moment is a turd. But it's true that even if we don't play with ideas of b4, it does control d4, which is critical for black, because if black achieves knight e6 d4, he's going to be okay at the least. So that knight on c2 at least has a job at the moment. It's got one small job. It's still a funky piece, but it does have one small job now.
So I think our biggest candidates are a4 and b4. If we saw a good square for white's queen, then moving white's queen would be a candidate move, but she has to keep d5 defended, and she doesn't really have a square.
I'll add rook ad1.
Rook ad1, sure. It's always a possible move.
And let me just also say that the moves a4 and b4, I don't like a4, but b4, I'm trying to get a square for the knight. The positional objection is that is black's side of the board, and that we don't want to be giving black any squares over there.
I don't think it's overwhelmingly black's side of the board because they got a short distance knight on f8. So I think you're maybe referring to black having the pawn majority with the c pawn.
Yeah.
But black's knights are not on the queen side. White's rook is still on a1. So if you play like those a4 lines that we played, right? After ba4, I trade on e8 so my rook doesn't get distracted. I take on a4, I've got a rook on the queen side, right? And I've got a lot of pieces there. So it didn't feel to me like it was your side of the board.
Right. So for example, when you play b4, I'm giving you a connected passer with c4 just to, put it out there to show like, oh, maybe that's his side of the board. But I do want to say that the counter argument to that is white wants to open the position for the bishops, and b4 and a4 both do that. And b4, right, it is like very concrete. Like if we imagine b4, c4, are we getting our knight to d4 or not? It's kind of like that simple.
Right. So like knight d4, if black plays knight d5, does like rook takes e8 work out for us now?
Another argument actually for rook ad1, David, would be to say, look, I even if I want to play b4, I still want to put the rook on d1. It's just where it goes. And
Mm-hmm.
then I'm going to wait to see what you do. But the main question will be knight e6. But the good news for us is rook a1, knight e6, bishop e5. And it, unless knight c7 works, which I kind of doubt, then, we're kind of just holding the position nicely.
What would it mean for knight c7 to work?
Oh, if we were somehow losing our pawn, but I don't think we are.
We can just push it, right?
Right. It's going to be very hot here. Um, so rook ad1, a4, b4. David, let me try b4 because it's concrete.
Yeah.
And then let's say that you, after b4, you could play knight e6, you could play c4. There might be some other.
Let's try c4 first because, I mean, cb4, knight b4 looks like white's pretty happy. So this is a move which has some potential for white to have ruined themselves. What's your intention after c4?
Oh, I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
Okay, so this is why I'm saying it's so complicated. Because if you play b4, you want to think about what you're going to do on c4, and you have to think about what you're going to do on knight e6.
Mm-hmm.
And the only reason, let me stress this again, that to play b4 is to claim that we have access to the d4 square with our knight. It might not be true, though.
Yeah. Hey, Jesse, for what it's worth, against knight e6, I think you've got a pretty good move. It was suggested by me a long time ago. Bishop e3.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And that seems to be working out pretty well for white. Because that construction of your c-pawn that's defended by the knight, that's defended by the rook, I mean, I'm not a fan. That looks shaky. That looks really shaky. And black doesn't have sufficient control d4 to play knight d4 yet. So double attack on the rook and queen. Right away after b4? Okay. Investing Ideas wants to try knight e4 immediately, double attacking the queen and the rook. You may not have noticed the knight on c2 finally doing a job by defending a1, because white can go rook e4, rook e4, bishop e4, bishop a1, knight a1. And it's two minor pieces. Simple as that. Two minors, too good.
All right, David, I think I have my conception of the position as I think white should play it now. After knight f8, I think we should play rook ad1.
I thought you were going to eventually find b4 a little too risque.
We can try your a4 thing in a second, too.
Yeah.
I'll just want to put that out there as my vote. And so if you play rook takes rook, I'm going to take back with the queen to get off the business. If knight e6, I think both bishop e5 and bishop e3 are interesting. I'll hold b4 in my pocket, as they say. And rook, the rook just wants to be on d1.
Yeah. I also came up with a slightly interesting idea, Jesse, which I think will be better after your rook ad1, but I'm just going to go back so it's white's move, and I'm going to show it. Rook takes, knight takes, queen e3.
Okay.
This is a square for the queen, right? And it's saying if black goes knight d6, which it seems like I've walked into, I go all the way into e7, and actually it's awkward for black.
Boss, what are you going to do on bishop takes b2?
Well, nothing. That's why I have to set it up. I'm just giving you the concept of we can do this. I had this concept of doing the rook trade and then moving my queen to e3 and then e7.
Okay.
Okay. Now, your rook d1 makes it better, right? Because if we go rook d1 and black plays a6 or a5, I don't care. Let's say a5 makes more sense. Rook e8, knight e8, queen e3. Bishop b2. Now there's no tempo on the rook, but if I go queen e7, there is bishop f6. So I don't have enough juice for this yet. Okay. It's a distant thought for now. Gukesh is tanking. For those in Twitch, Cartier has put up a poll, so you can give us your predictions on this very spicy position. I think that if we were to evaluate how solid the position is for white or for black, we would say that this position is not very solid. It's not very safe or super drawish.
It's not safe for either side. Yeah. That's why I've been hesitant to come up with an eval over here. Okay, one argument about Rook AD1, by the way, is if you play it, you're claiming that black doesn't really have a good move to make. And I don't know if that's true yet, but I'm pretty sure that's a claim of Rook AD1.
Mm-hmm.
Because, by the way, this whole thing now, okay, we talked about the knight. The knight, white has glimmers of hope of the knight playing a role on c2.
Mm-hmm.
But also what white has to realize is that, I'm sure he realizes this, is that black has some space problems and questions about like where the pieces go.
Yeah, like especially this knight on f6, it's blocking your bishop. Not obvious what it's doing. It's putting some pressure on d5, but it doesn't have that maneuverability.
Right, and so a big question is, if we give black a little time, we should expect him to find ways to trade the coconuts off and give himself a little bit of breathing room. Yeah. In which case, again, the pawn on d5 is either a weakness or a strength. And once I know which of those it is, I'm going to make my eval.
Yeah.
David, how about this just as a thought? Rook AD1.
Yeah.
Could I play knight FD7? I don't like it much, but I think we should check it. So I'm touching the coconut on B2, thinking about knight E5.
Yeah, that would be a square. Okay. So maybe it's logical against this move for me to go bishop G5.
I had a feeling you might try that. What I don't like about bishop G5 is that you are neglecting the power square, which is D6, right? The blockade square.
Mm-hmm. But let me just say, if you move your rook, I'm going to E7. So I'm not intending to neglect that square for long.
But like, okay, so bishop F6, I kind of want that trade, and you're giving me bishop B2, which might be a nice exchange sacrifice. But in particular, before we look at the wilds of bishop B2, what we got? Because I want to trade. I want to make a trade or two. That's fine with me.
Okay. Okay, I play H4.
Knight E5. I think black's doing okay.
Hold your horses. Still my move.
My horses are being held.
All right. Bishop G2.
Bishop G2. I got like knight C4.
Yeah.
You got to rein in those horses, bud.
Queen F4.
Bishop takes bishop. I don't know.
Yeah, pawn takes.
Well, Mama said to take your pawn, so I'm going to take your pawn.
Okay.
Like a pawn. Well, Dave, we got to say Black's doing fine.
That's what you are contractually obligated to say.
That's actually obligated.
All right, I guess I
No,
got to go
that's
D6.
oh, D6 hanging the rook
Yeah,
and giving me the E6 square.
yeah.
When does it stop, David?
Right when I say it does.
I don't know what you're doing, buddy. Knight takes D1.
Yeah, rook takes, knight e6, queen e5.
But then, like, you got like a Mr. Skelcom coming on me.
Yeah, yeah, you've seen him looming.
I mean, it's so, I don't know.
So far away, so implausible.
I mean, after instead of knight e6, if I'm contractually obligated to also get to play, I could play rook e6 and win your coconut.
That is something.
Okay, let's go back, Dave.
Yeah.
Let's go back. So, we're just to recap, we are looking at knight f8. It's a big thing for Gukesh because rook ad1 is a basic strengthening move where he would want to see, like, okay, can black do anything active in that position? Knight 67 is just one of the many concerns. Um, and if I don't like that position, then I want to consider the more frisky moves, b4 and a4. And both of those also involve a lot of calculation, right?
Yeah.
So again, my plea for Gukesh is, buddy, you got to make knight c2 quicker, and then this is your big choice. This is the critical position. Okay, but let's try rook ad1 again. I'll try knight 6d7, and I think bishop g5 is wrong because the bishop needs to be. That's big diagonals over there. David, I'm going to submit to you that b4 would then be a thing. Well, this is first question.
Sure.
First question, b4.
He's played b4 already, Jesse.
Oh, dang, I'm good. I'm
Yeah.
good. That was my first intuition, and I
Yeah.
was like, I don't know how I feel about it.
Yeah.
All
There
right,
it is.
on the
He's
clock.
really prioritized the knight, Jesse, right? From a3, knight
Yeah,
c2,
yeah.
b4. No time for any of these soft rook c1, rook d1 moves. Very
No.
precise.
Well, we're going to see how precise it is.
Right.
So,
Well, he's laser focused on trying to do what you wanted, right? Get that knight from a3 to c6.
good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Draw a little arrow there for the fans because that's been the dream for about an hour now.
Yeah.
Okay, I think the big first question is c4, and then what is white going to do? And so the reason
that's
I
the
was
question.
drawn to rook ad1, I wanted to think about it, is precisely this position because I was thinking to myself, well, the rook might be better on d1. Maybe I put it there first just to see where black's going to go. Rook. Okay, so if c4, I do not think we get away with knight d4 because of various snips and dips on d5. Could be wrong, but I think that's true. David's a4 after c4 is a thought, and then we have rook ad1 as a thought, and bishop e3 isn't totally ridiculous either.
Right. I feel like our d pawn could use a little over protection right about now.
Oh yeah, this is going to be hot. It's going to be very hot. All right, David, I think B4, C4, Rook AD1 is still on the table.
1 second. I'm finding the face stream to check out.
Oh yeah, Jesse, get your face stream going on,
Ding
buddy.
is Ding is
Get
in a
your face
reflective
stream.
mode here, and Gukesh has the arms crossed when he sometimes relaxes a little bit on his opponent's turn, leaning back with arms crossed. That's the relaxed version of Gukesh, to the extent that there is one. I wanted to get a sense, of how they're feeling about this. Was Ding going to have to think on this next move? Was he going to keep playing quickly? Catch up on the clock?
And one thing I wanted to say about an hour ago is it's surprising that we haven't had big time pressure. And the reason for that is because most of the games have kind of been decided in the 20s. We're on move 25. Most of the games have already been decided at that point. But this one, this one might also be decided, especially because it's very easy to make a mistake here for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, both Rook D1 and A4 look pretty plausible after this C4 we're kind of assuming for Ding. I mean, should we look at some move other than C4 really quick? Should we?
We should. And I'll just say that knight e6 is a thought, but I don't know what black does after bishop e5.
Okay. Or E3, right? I mean,
or maybe e3 too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Both those moves.
Yeah.
I'm like, what's next?
I don't super believe in knight e6 here. Knight 6 to d7 might be a move again.
Yeah.
But it does take all the pressure off of d5. So it's all about playing knight e5. Let's have a quick look. Knight d7. What do we think of b4? It's very thematic, and it's what White wanted to play. So he played what he wanted to play.
What are you doing with? Oh yeah. Okay, good.
What do you mean?
I thought. Never mind.
Okay.
Boom.
If he can open up the c-file, Tiger Cubby, it's going to help his knight on c2 and even his rooks to, use the c6 square. Make the d-pawn a stronger passer. That's why, our first instinct was to play c4 for Ding, to keep that area closed and get a passed pawn himself.
Oh, I think I have a reasonable plan for White after your knight 67.
Okay.
So there might be more than one move for White, but a simple way for White to play there would be rook takes, rook e1. And my claim is that now your knight on f8 is bad.
Yeah.
You are not getting to the e5 square.
I'm feeling that knight on f8 being bad, but why can I not go to e5 now?
Oh, because Jesse's not fully awake. That's why.
Okay.
That's why. Okay, good. That didn't work.
And if bishop g2, the knight gets off of f8, and the game goes on.
Okay, so knight 67. Let me try that again. No rook takes e8.
Right. Okay, I would... my rook's attacked. What if I take on c5 while I have the chance, Jesse?
Totally fair question.
Okay, maybe you take by queen because of the c3 square.
Feels like we're giving black something by taking.
Yeah. And if I go bishop e3, you can play rook takes e3 and then take on a1.
Well, how about just positionally, David? So after knight 67,
Mm-hmm.
uh, I can either take once
Yeah.
and then play rook d1, or just let me take once. So rook e8, rook e8, rook d1.
Okay. I just want to say why this is wrong for white, Jesse, because I think I feel
Okay.
it here.
Okay.
After queen c5. The reason I feel this is wrong for white is I feel like black's getting in, bishop c3 and b4, and the knight on c2 is not making it to c6. It is black,
Okay.
not white, who is feeling like in charge of these squares on the c file.
Mm-hmm.
White feels a
Mm-hmm.
bit cut off from access to the squares they wanted. So, you want to trade once,
Uh-huh.
and then you want to play
Rook d1.
rook b1. Boy,
Because mama, oh, no, no, no.
d
Dog,
dog.
dog. B1 might also be a thought, but rook d1 was mine. Because mama said to put him behind the passed pawn, so that's what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And if you go knight e5, which I'm assuming you're going to play, think about bishop e2.
Hubskirt, your question of who's better at pure calculation, Ding in 2019 or Gukesh now, it's very hard to say. They're both very, very strong at that. And,
Mhm.
beyond our ability to judge them, maybe.
Yeah, and this is now officially a very serious calculation position.
So after you go rook e8, rook e8, rook d1,
Mm-hmm.
is it still 95 for black is the main idea to get all the
You could
pieces in the
try.
game?
You could try knight e5. I was going to play bishop e2.
Bishop e2, okay. And if I just bring the next knight to d7,
Fair question. Probably d6. So me seeing the knight go to d7 is like the permission slip to play d6 because there's no more knight e6.
mm-hmm. Okay. And me personally, anytime black lets me set up the tension with bishop e3 with the b pawn already on b4, it's hard for me not to just go for that.
No. I might do that next. The
Yeah.
bishop on f4 has its own roles. I kind of want to see what black's going to do though. Like I think if I'm only really worried, can black achieve some kind of knight c4?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but knight c4 in that position, then maybe I'll probably take once and maybe then do your bishop e3 trick.
Mm-hmm.
That way, but we got to say that position looks better for white, right?
Um, I mean,
That's the first position where I'm like, okay, I get it. I get it. White's better.
probably yes. I mean, there could be a concept here for black where you go like c3, queen d3, rook takes e3, and then take on b4. But I guess white goes queen e3, and then instead of trading queens, goes to e7, and you start to have problems with the d pawn. Okay. Good. I mean, basically, what you're starting to feel, Jesse, is just that, after a bunch of things happen, white still has the bishop pair and the d pawn, right? I mean, before, the only thing keeping you from saying white had an advantage was the nasty knight on a3. And I was saying, well, you know, a couple moves down the road, it won't be on a3.
Okay, so let me try to defend black's honor. I'm sure Ding is trying to defend it in its head here. So I'm gonna play c4 as black after b4.
Yeah.
Now I tried rook 81, but you do whatever you think is best.
Okay. The fact that Ding was thinking for a while made me think there might be alternatives to c4, right? That's why we sidetracked for a little bit, folks. But c4 was sort of our obvious move.
All right.
I think a5 is mega crazy here, Jake. Though that doesn't mean it's not worth looking at or thinking about. But My instinct is it's somehow mega crazy.
Oh, instead of C4
Yeah.
to play A5? Uh, a thought? Yeah, you could think about it. Well, actually, okay. So I think we could look at C4. I think that's very interesting. I'm sure that's his main move. But A5, I think what's fun about that move is we're saying that's my side of the board, buddy. Even if David's right that my knights are still stuck. But with A5, the claim would be if you play BA, then the D4 square is controlled, therefore the knight isn't going anywhere soon.
Yeah. And I think
It's
people
got to,
often see a move like a5 and they assume, oh, my opponent's idea, I get it. It's so strong. If I take, then I've got this stupid doubled pawn. They've got these strong pawns on b5 and c5, walling
yeah.
my pieces out. But the truth is, you've got a passed a pawn that they got to deal with and a passed d pawn that they got to deal with. And there's all kinds of scrappy stuff that happens.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know about, yeah, A5 would take real coconuts because BA, maybe, I don't know where you want to go
And your queen's
exactly.
already on her best square, right? So ba.
Yeah.
Now she needs a square.
So let's just say A5 is a crazy thought. I don't believe in it, but A5 is a move to throw out there. And
Yeah.
honestly, when I was considering move 16 for black, when Ding played Rook FE8, I was saying like maybe that would have been the moment to play A5. With the argument that I could have kept my rook on the A file, for example, and tried for play on the queen side.
Huh. Ding just like reached his hand out and then didn't play a move. Okay, and now he's played it. C4.
Yeah.
Ooh. 14 and a half minutes was a lot at this stage in the game. And also, very telling, Jesse, he seemed to reach his hand for the move like twice, retracting it, reaching for it, retracting it, and then finally playing it.
Right.
Oh, man. He does not seem happy with this situation. But, okay, the move comes in that you expected. You've predicted the last like 8 moves for both sides. Pretty much every move since you got up.
And hey, I would have made it faster.
Yeah.
Because hey, Ding, buddy, you're down to like it's less than 2 minutes a move now, and my just looking at the position optically, it looks like it's going to be hectic. I don't see any huge trade outs happening, no matter what.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, notably the minor pieces don't seem to be coming off, right? You could see one or maybe even both rooks coming off in some cases, but the position looks destined to be hectic. Okay, so we want to move for Gukesh now. We haven't even gotten one move past this position, really. I think Gukesh has the upper hand still. I'm still sticking with 0.4 for now. With a confidence interval of about 0.5. So it's somewhere between minus 0.1 and plus 0.9.
And I'm almost ready, David. I'm almost ready. The question for me is like, are we able to keep so okay, let's just talk basics, right? The 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 pawn structure is interesting for both sides now because the pawn on c4 is just as cool as the pawn on d5.
Mm-hmm.
From my perspective, it's like, how do we evaluate? Because both sides have a bad knight still.
Mm-hmm.
The knight on c2 and the knight on f8. Also, the knight on f6 kind of wants to do a little dance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Well, I
okay.
mean, d4 is mostly gone as an outpost for that knight. Now that there's no pawn on c5, right? So one nice thing about the b4 move order for Gukesh was also that it was like the moment that knight headed towards d4, he played b4. And so the knight f8 move is not as good now, right? Bishop e3, simple. Simple. Taking control of d4, right? We'd calculated, folks, that knight d4 didn't seem to work because black could take the pawn on d5. So he plays bishop e3, keeps tension, keeps rooks on the board, and controls the d4 square for his bishop and or knight. And depending where black goes, he might be able to play either a4 or even d6 here. I think the move queen a6 might encourage the move a4. Or maybe it's just a bad square period on a6. I don't know.
Okay, so let's say a couple obvious things. Dude was able to think on Ding's time, and that whole time he's sitting there with B. First of all, on B4, he has an idea of what to do on C4 anyway. But then while he's thinking, he gets to think more about it. And there was like the basic chump GM move, which was Rook AD1, and then this one, Bishop B3, which is more calculation heavy. Okay, because I think it's more calculation heavy because now the bishop wanted to talk to the blockade square of D6, and it might do so now through C5.
Yeah.
And also right now, black has several candidate moves. Even the ridiculous looking queen B7 is a thought because the F3 bishop is not protected.
Oh, yeah.
So, all right. This is actually the first time in the match where we've gone many, many moves, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't know who I like yet. Queen A6. I think that's the most testing move.
He played it. Okay.
And we were talking about past A pawns before, and I think A4 is a little much to me just because BA and I got another pass pawn.
Okay.
So Queen A6, I like it, and but I wouldn't like, so for example, if I were to play Bishop E3, I would want an answer to this Queen A6 move.
Right.
Because the Queen on A6 is a cool square all of a sudden, because at some point, I'm gonna play Queen A4. I'm talking to the A pawn. I might play Queen A3 someday. And all of those squares can help me with my C pawn business.
Yeah. White also has to be sure that, the knight on f6 doesn't move at some point and you have to move the rook on a1. So we definitely need to use d4 for the pieces here. Okay, let's calculate knight d4 real quick, Jesse, right? Because that's going to be like basic numero uno is knight d4, knight takes d5.
Yeah, why isn't that instantly over after that?
Looks like we can't play knight d4, right?
Yeah. So the candidate moves to be bishop c5. That's like the basic one. Now, let's say I just want to say one more obvious thing. We're going to get some real tension now with the fact that the rook on a1 is loose because the bishop on g7.
Yeah.
And it's hard. White might want to find a way to keep him there. Oh God, this is intense. Oh man, this one's hot, dude. Woo!
Yeah.
Okay.
The Benoni was always hot, just not very good.
All right, David, I have a dumb idea, but I just want to put it out there. Okay, here we go. Here's Christ's dumb idea number one.
Yeah.
I don't like it. Oh God. I'm just gonna mention it, even though it's just dumb.
Yeah.
So bishop d4.
Yeah.
With the claim that you can't take on d5.
Okay. Rook e1.
All right, rook e1. Maybe you can take on a2. Maybe you can take on d5 too.
I'm going to take something in a moment after rook takes e1.
By the way, the idea of bishop d4 is I don't like bishop d4. I don't even know if I want to look at it.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just going to put that out as a candidate move.
Tiger
Okay.
Cubby in general, black can't go knight g4 because white will take the knight on g4. And even if you take on a1, you're trading 2 good minor pieces for 1 bad rook. So it just can't be done right now.
Okay, let me just say, David, just an obvious thing to note is another problem with bishop e3 is that you've enabled knight e4.
Yep.
So, for example, you can't just sit on your hands with a move like a3 because of knight e4. So that's why if it's not the normal looking bishop c5, I mean, you got to do something about that square.
Yep. Bishop c5 looks really likely, but if he played bishop e3 and then he's thinking a lot, yeah, it's not obvious.
He's not thinking too much, and it's also the most hectic position ever.
Yeah.
So, because bishop c5 is a hell of a drug. There's black's got the famous knight e6. He's got knight 67. There's a lot to think about. And David, I think white, okay, we're going to presume he has an idea here, but first of all, that idea could prove to be like, maybe faulty because black can do, scary.
Yeah, queen a6 looks pretty good.
But it's also it was the most natural move in the position. It wasn't like, the stunner.
Yeah. Right. Like he couldn't have not anticipated the move completely, right? He must have seen it.
And whereas my simple rook ad1, there was never any coconut touched because there was no knight e4 and all this other stuff. Now there's like he needs a move. All right, let's try the bishop c5 thing, and we'll just say that black has this is the so-called natural move, but then after so-called natural move, okay, so first thing I want to say is if knight 6d7, then knight d4 for white looks very strong. That looks good. That's like our dream.
Yeah, that's simple enough. It's just our passed pawns are pretty strong if black takes on c5. Pretty strong.
And then the move knight e6 is a little, I don't know what white does after knight e6, but the weird thing with knight e6 is like, what do you want to do? Take my bishop? You know? Let me try knight e6, David. I might not take your bishop. I might play bishop f8 next move, depending on how it goes.
Okay.
This one's hot.
Ay. He's played something.
He's played something
Bishop
already?
d4.
Oh, dude. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm on the same wavelength, dude. It's not good.
Wait, but what's he doing against rook e1 check and then taking his pawns?
He's obviously sacking it, boss. Now, this was a move that I thought was so insane. I was like, no, I can't even, it's hard for me to even deal with it.
So he wants like rook e1, and here he's saying if knight d5, he has bishop g7, and maybe he wins the piece.
That's the part of my idea that I believed.
So then queen a2, that pawn is definitely hanging. Now he's got to keep knight c2 alive. And what is the follow-up here? It could be queen c3.
Well, on queen c3, I don't understand knight d5. And that's actually where I stopped.
Okay, so knight d5, it's bishop d5.
Bishop takes d4.
Right? Queen takes d4.
And then your knight's hanging.
I know. So is bishop f7. Queen c2. Bishop f7. Welcome to the dojo, in parentheses. Queen d8. And, okay, the c-pawn is good, but the black king looks like he's not going to survive till the promotion ceremony.
Okay. Maybe this is awesome, dude.
Did Gukesh sack a pawn? Seemingly, yes, Tiger. I mean, he may have a direct tactical something if black takes the pawn. We don't yet know. We're figuring it out.
Okay, let me
You
just
can
stress
see
you
the
guys.
engine evaluation, Sabine. Just don't share it with anybody. Go to chess.com and it'll be all over. It'll be all over the place.
Yeah.
Or any other stream.
Yeah,
But if you want to just check out the game live on chess.com, I think this is a link to their game. Just don't
you know,
tell us or anybody else the evaluation if you want to know it. Most of us like the suspense here.
yeah, we also like thinking for ourselves.
And thinking for ourselves as well.
It's funny. It's like somebody asks us for the eval. It's kind of like I have to work hard not to see the eval,
Yeah.
Even in the post-game conferences, by the way, which I want to watch,
Yeah.
they just have it right there. So I would like to do when I do the recap video, I'd like to hear what the players said first, but I can't watch that thing because the eval bar is all over it.
You have to listen to the video without watching it or something.
Okay, I got to talk. We got to talk about this bishop d4. There's tactical reasons it's freaking me out because of d5 and a2. Positionally, also, it seems very suspicious because we're not dealing with the blockade square, which is d6.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it's based on the idea that I can pull off queen c3. Why does queen c3 freak me out? Because the queen is the worst blockader of the pawn.
So after I played queen c3, oh wait, Jesse. Instead of queen c3, we've got another suggestion from chat. If queen a2, rook a1, queen b3,
yeah,
rook
rook
a3.
a1's also a thought.
Oh, the queen's got the b1 square,
It's not
so
the
she's
end
not
yet.
trapped.
I've got the b1 square. Yeah, but it's still scary. It's still something scary.
Also, instead of rook a3, white might have, a more simple rook a7 kind of approach to the position. That's a pretty traditional approach. Rook a1 to a7.
Okay, I want to say something obvious, David. This move is based on the idea that I will play queen c3 and that pin will hurt you so bad that it's worth neglecting, let's call it the positional elements in the position. The positional elements being like the d6 square and putting the rook on d1 and all of the other normal things.
Mm-hmm.
Also fixing the knight. My knight, maybe someday it'll go to e3. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
But in fact, you could even imagine if black does nothing, that the setup would be like queen c3 and then knight e3. And then the claim is you can't play knight e4 at that point. Mm-hmm. And then my knight is really like, on a good square.
Mm-hmm.
And let me just queen c3, that it's insane because you can get smacked from like so many weird knight d5s and stuff. Would make a chump like me really nervous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, also against my queen c3 move in that line we looked at before, I think knight d5 I calculated correctly probably, and it just loses. But there is this move queen b3 for black, with the idea of bishop f6, queen takes c3. And black would be basically better in the endgame.
So, David, let me say the obvious thing. White isn't like queen c3 doesn't even threaten anything once you do it. It's kind of maybe a cool square and everything, but it
threatens bishop takes f6.
No, my queen's on a6.
Oh, you're not looking at queen takes a2 anymore. Okay.
No, I'm just trying to say, like, when we dive into this bishop d4 idea, like, that's why it's so wild, is that queen c3 is going to be a vulnerable square, and it's not really threatening anything.
Okay. I mean, if you think, like, tying your opponent up is nothing, I guess not.
Ooh. Okay, I want to say another obvious thing. Ding is below a minute a move. And it's a long road, and this is I don't know what to do as black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, he seems a bit disoriented. He's thinking for a while here. It's a lot.
And this is a hard one. Like, this queen c3, it's kind of anti-intuitive. Maybe I'd be suspicious of it too. Be like, really, boss, this is what you're doing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is hard pressure, man. And then I will say one thing we'll say for sure is if you were watching with a bar,
Mm-hmm.
the bar will likely jump in the next several moves. Like people are going to make mistakes, especially black. I don't think you can play this position with less than a minute a move.
Rook E1 check from Ding. Gukesh recaptures
Snips. Nah.
immediately.
All right, let's see what Ding's idea is.
Ding takes the A pawn. Woo! All right.
Oh, damn.
I don't really believe in Queen C3, Queen B3 that I was calculating a little bit later. So I think it's probably just Rook back to E1 and taking A7. Oh, but the bishop on F3 is hanging in that line. You can't take A7. So that's not it either. That ain't it. Huh.
I still don't have an eval to put up there. I still don't know.
You've predicted a lot of moves, but you've been on unclear the entire time.
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay.
Okay, David. So
I want
what are
Gukesh to do something that's just genius. That's what I want, Jesse.
okay, but let's talk about what was wrong. What is wrong with Queen C3 here?
Just surprise and dazzle us with some genius. So Queen C3, I think this Queen B3 move for black.
But I don't get it. I play Bishop takes F6.
Queen takes C3?
Oh, cry. Come on. It's too early.
It's okay. I'll show chat again, but I already showed them once. Queen C3. And black is borderline winning this endgame.
Okay, I want to say this Queen A2, I have some deep mistrust.
Yeah.
All right, how about this, David? Let's go Rook A1,
Mm-hmm.
Queen B3.
Mm-hmm.
Now my bishop on F3 is hanging.
Yeah.
So here, after Rook A3, Queen B3, excuse me, Rook A1, Queen B3, I have the choice between Rook A3 and King G2.
Yeah. Agreed. Which also says that he could play King G2 first.
That's what I'm saying. I have that choice.
Like even before Rook A1, right?
Oh, I hadn't thought about that.
With the Rook on E1. Similar because the Queen on A2, I mean, she can't really extricate in any super special way. So if you go King G2, you maybe just take away this Queen B3 move. Well, maybe not take it away. I guess you got Rook E3 and Queen goes back to B1 again. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe then you've got Queen C3 finally. Black probably doesn't have time to defend A7, Sean. There's a good chance that the A7 pawn is just going to be there for the taking, but the players are still going to posture for piece position.
But I'm not sure that's true. I think I can play, let's say, as an example, Rook A1, Queen B3, and just King G2 is a thought. I could play Rook D7 there. Just as an example.
King G2, Rook D7. But even that, white can play Rook takes A7, right? You didn't defend the pawn.
Yeah, but then you dislocated your bishop. Also, right. David, I think you have to. I think King G2 is. I thought it was clever for half a second, but I don't think it's clever because at the minimum, black has Queen D3.
Yeah,
and then that,
as suggested by our friend Spinal Tap.
That's something I just don't want to see. I don't think.
Yeah.
Even that's complicated after Queen takes pawn takes knight E3 though, because the coconut on D3 is not very stable.
Yeah, I mean the key is that black probably has knight D5 then.
Probably right.
Yeah.
Good move. Okay.
And then yeah, if we take on G7, there's knight E3 check, and if we take on D5, there's bishop D4.
So if we were going to go down this road, I think after Queen B3, we'll play Rook A3, Queen B1, King G2.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we'll claim that the pawn on A7's toast. Your queen's dislocated.
Mm-hmm.
I can always do it unless you do something fancy now. I always have a draw with rook a1, rook a3.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, it's not a huge risk for white.
But knight d5, probably not. But probably not. You can think about it. Whew,
Mm-hmm.
all right.
Yeah.
Gukesh takes the pawn, dude. It's funny, like yesterday, he was such a weenie turd by going for a draw in a better position. And here he's just like, dude, queen a2, principled move. Got to play it. Let's go.
Ding was better in the rook ending.
Ding was better in the rook endgame.
Is that what you're saying?
Oh, remember when he repeated positions?
Mm-hmm.
It was just obscene when he repeated positions. It was just like, what are you doing, buddy? You're much better.
I played that endgame against the computer. I couldn't win it.
Wait. You're thinking about the wrong position. I'm talking about that whole thing where he goes queen d6, queen g5, and back and forth before the rook.
Oh, he was better then. Yeah.
Yeah. So we need to repeat.
Yeah. Okay, I see. I thought you meant the rook ending at the end.
Also, Dave, we have to address your rage quit, dude.
It wasn't like a rage quit. Like the rage and the quitting were separate. Right? It was time for me to go to bed. I was also upset that I thought Gukesh was losing.
But he was in fact fine.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
But I didn't know that at the time. It was above my head.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well let's say the obvious. Gukesh should totally drill down on this. Queen a2 was very bold.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a very tricky position we're looking at there. Oh, holy shit, he just played a move. Rook a1, queen b3, and then we're anticipating rook a3 here.
Yeah.
We were saying king g2, queen d3 is probably something we don't want.
Yeah. And we have not yet double checked that knight takes d5 in that position, which I think we definitely should have done. So I'm just going to put it on the board. Right. We're just going to make the moves here. Knight d5. Bishop takes g7.
Right.
Now, if the knight moves without check, he's played rook a3, by the way, as we were predicting.
A3, queen b1.
So queen b1 will be forced, and king g2, etc.
And actually, it's a very nice thing for Ding to get a couple moves off until move 40.
Towards move 40, yeah. But still, I mean, he's got a minute to move. It's a tall order here. Okay, so bishop g7. So the rook on d8 is undefended. So the knight can't go somewhere random. It gives check on e3 or f4. White just takes it, and white's winning. So let's go king g7. Bishop takes d5. Now, black's got like half a pin plus a pawn for a piece. I mean, that's not tremendous, right? White's got queen c3 check and knight e3. No, black's dead. Okay, so it's sound in that line, right? Black can't take d5. And that would be the live position now. After king g2, black cannot take on d5. Black probably can't save the a pawn. So when somebody was saying is Ding sacking a pawn, like sort of, but you know, within his horizon, he's probably recovering it if he wants it. He also, even if we're defended, he would have rook a1, rook a3. So he's risking nothing. I still think white is comfortably better. Jesse probably doesn't know just yet. Who would a dark squared bishop trade favor, Jesse? Like if he played knight e8 now. If he played knight e8 now, and Gukesh played rook a7, and he took on d4, and Gukesh put the knight on d4, who's better? Oh, I'm just talking to a chair. I'm just talking to a chair. All right. I'll answer my own question. White must be better. White must be better. White must be better. Black's knights are kind of on the back rank. Knights aren't amazing like that. Black does have the blockade square. It's not so simple, David. That's what Jesse would tell me. He'd say it's not so simple. But look, weak dark squares. We have to get in and start attacking things, right? We attack this piece. Comes here. We trade it. And then we just come in and attack more things, you know? On d8 or e7, we win. Right?
All right, rook
And try and
d7
find
was
some
played.
other. As Jesse said, the queen's dislocated. If the queen were on b6 or something, maybe she'd hold this together. But here the rook's on its own. It can't be defended. I guess it goes to e8. And
Boss, he played my move, rook d7.
then we go like queen f6, hit that knight, and it would all start to fall apart, I think. Gukesh is away from the board like Jesse was. Jesse's back. This is irrelevant. I was just trying to ask you to give me an evaluation of something, Jesse, which was who would be favored by a dark squared bishop trade? Kind of what I was.
I mean, in general, black, any trade favors black at this point.
Any trade favors black. Okay.
Yeah. So this rook d7, this, by the way, I'm still unclear what's going on. I'm still unclear.
I was planning a whole sequence here, folks, where I go after the dark squares after a trade while the queen's dislocated. Knight e6, threatening mate on g7. Knight takes e6, pawn takes e6, rook takes e6, check.
We know what Dave would do in this position if you were white. He would play rook a1, rook a3, and take the draw.
Yeah, come on. That's not fair to him. You know, he's had some very bold moments.
Yesterday, dude. After yesterday, it's so fair. Okay. I can't even begin how fair that is.
All right. Should white take on a7 with the bishop here, Jesse? Is that your instinct now?
Oh, gosh, this one's hard.
I think the issue with bishop a7 might be c3 from black. Just popping a little tactics onto the board.
c3, though, I can play queen d3. Nothing dramatic is
Queen
happening.
d3. You're saying it's nothing. No drama. No engine, no drama.
The big question is, what about that knight on f8? How is it actually getting out? So, first of all, moves like bishop a7 and rook a7, they're comforting because I would like to take the pawn back.
I want to play rook a8. That's why I'm taking that pawn.
Fair, okay.
That's why I'm taking it with the bishop, because I think rook a8 would hurt like hell.
I'm starting to feel on bishop a7 that if black doesn't have anything, and I don't see anything after bishop a7, that at the minimum we got to say white is better.
Thank you. It's taken a long time. I'm moving my evaluation up right now, Jesse, while you're still getting acclimated. Look at this. I'm doubling my eval. I think this is getting really critical. Really critical. Because if I can just play like bishop a7 and then bring my bishop back to, c5 or d4 or whatever, and now you've got to deal with rook a8. Come on, and the queen, she doesn't even have a road back, does she?
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna get up there. Now, let me just say a couple things as a story of the game, I feel. Okay, so if we go back to move 19 and black played c4, bishop e3 was, but actually before bishop e3, right? What we are saying is the knight on c2 going to do something? Is the knight on f8 going to get out?
Yeah.
Right? And then what transpires is black did not find a way. There might be one, but he didn't find it after this amazing bishop d4 move. Okay? Yeah. Most players would not have, this is like a heavy calculation move, bishop d4, would not have the gumption to play this. And queen a2, the queen is a chump.
It wasn't clear what Gukesh's next move would have been after bishop d4, right? So black still had a lot of latitude, but
Right.
black was really low on time for a position with a lot of latitude and decided to go for a forcing variation, which, not to put Ding at normal people's level, but that's something that people often do when they're low on time. They try to clarify and just play some forcing variations. But this idea of grabbing the A pawn, I mean, if he's just trading A pawns, that does not favor him. That's opening up the position while the knight on F8 is still, breathing fumes.
Yeah.
Tiger
And by
Cubby
the way,
asks, why is white better after bishop takes A7? Can we explain? All right.
well, hold on. I was finishing my story.
Okay,
So
finish the story.
thing
Sorry,
was
sorry, sorry.
the knight on C2 is finally doing something. The knight on F8 isn't doing anything. Our king is improved. Black's queen is controversial. Our rook is improved. So, uh, however we decide to play the position, whether we take the pawn or not, white is better.
Okay.
And let me stress, we got different moves here from that are playable here.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
I suppose if we go queen c3, black has knight e8, probably.
Right. So let's think about it. There's bishop a7, rook a7, queen c3. I don't, knight e3 might work, but you have to have an answer to knight e4, and I don't have one yet. Maybe I do, actually. Maybe I do even there. The bizarre rook a5 might even be a move. As long as knight d5 isn't a thing, if I get rook a5, rook b5, you're done.
Yeah, we defend the pawn more. We've got a route to the 8th rank, which David wants. And we
And
split black's pawns, right? Leave them with the crummy A pawn, subvert the C pawn.
yeah, it's a big choice here for Gukesh, honestly. It's a very tasty choice. So, okay, I am changing my eval, and I'm going to say it's +1.
I thought you were going to shoot up. Yeah.
And let me just stress, one of the reasons that I could not evaluate it before was that it was a situation where black needed to find some kind of dynamic plan to deal with white's business, and he didn't. He went passive, right? This rook d7, it's not solving the coconut issues.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way that black is going to not be worse is for some way to make that knight d5 thing work. And by the way, if Gukesh, I don't think we'll ever do this move, but if you decided that knight d5 was a thing, you could be a real weenie and just play rook takes a7 and say, I'm better there. And that would be true.
Sorry,
You
say
have
that again, Jesse?
So if you decided you were really afraid of knight d5, right?
Yeah.
Which I don't think we're going to get into it. But
Right.
if you were really afraid of knight d5, you could play the weenie rook takes a7 and claim you're even better in that position.
Yeah, this is the simplest and smallest advantage, I think.
Yeah.
But we can trade the rooks. Then the D pawn is protected. It's a bit of a problem. White's bishop pair is better than the knight's for sure.
Yeah.
And yeah, black should be able to extricate the queen now without the influence of white's rook.
Right.
But yeah, it's tricky. I mean, you try to hold a blockade on d7, I guess, here, and white's going to put the pawn on d6 and the bishop on c6.
Mm-hmm.
And black will be under pressure.
Correct.
Okay,
Oh, yeah,
let us double check that knight d5 doesn't work with the rook on d7. I'm going to play your rook a5
let's
suggestion,
try the rook a5,
which is just a nasty, nasty, evil move. And we're going to play knight takes d5 for black. Bishop takes g7. And now we're going to play knight to f6.
Well, knight f6 isn't it because I have queen h6.
That'll be just as good against knight b6 probably, right? So
Yeah.
Queen h6, forking the knights weirdly.
Forking the knights, yeah.
That is the weirdest double attack of all time. Okay. I don't think knight b6 is going to be any better, though, right? Because, I mean, as long as white keeps the bishop, queen h6, knight e6.
Maybe we should look, though. Knight b6. On knight b6, actually, I want to play queen c3 just to keep my life simple.
To keep the other knight. You're going to make it simpler. Keep your life simple.
Yeah.
Queen c3, knight e6, bishop f6, and we can stop.
And the reason is on knight b6, queen h6. I was thinking maybe on knight e6. You probably won't survive, but you could dream of survival because when I move the bishop, the knight's controlling g7.
Yeah.
But this is the kind of thing, it's still, it's easy for us to sit here and say it's winning, and it probably is, but yeah, okay.
Oh, wait, the knight could go anywhere it wants.
Yeah.
Because the rook's defended by the knight.
If he can't take on d5 after, if rook a5, if there's no knight d5, I think that's game.
Okay, let's try it again. Bishop takes here. Let's find another square for this knight. Where could she go that wouldn't allow queen c3, right? There's nothing. There's nothing. Ay, ay, ay. But if rook a5, what move is black playing? Queen b3. Rook takes b5. Queen d3. Is this still a game?
I don't think so.
You trade and go knight e3? Simple.
I don't know yet.
Simple technical.
I mean, that would be a nice position. There might be some better, but that looks nice. And again, it's because the knight on f8 is a crud.
Knight takes d5.
Bishop takes. Oh, your knight takes. Now the knight trick works. Okay, good. We found a way the knight trick works. Queen d3.
That busts white. Without the d pawn, there's nothing too proud about our endgame. Okay. So queen d3. Now you don't talk so loud. Now you don't seem so proud.
But let's just say queen f4.
Mm-hmm. Queen f4. Okay. Let's just say this is a little hectic with black's queen on d3.
Yeah, a little hectic. Still looks very strong for white. But let's say the obvious. On rook a5, which, by the way, is definitely like the move of a calculator, because you want to make sure that black can't do anything. Like rook a5, there's also a6. Maybe there's some way to make a6 work,
This could definitely be a draw at chess neck. I'm sorry about it, but it takes a really big advantage to beat a top player. You have to get everything.
And also, David, let me just say that rook a5 looks cool and everything, and maybe it's the right move. But bishop a7, we didn't find anything wrong with bishop a7. I don't think.
I mean, that's a very, very simple option, bishop a7. And I've been thinking that maybe black would move the knight on f6 in response to open up the bishop on g7.
But what does it do? And then, because I'm coming back to like c5, and then I'm looking at rook a8 and d6.
Yeah, unfortunately, the knight on f6 doesn't have any good moves here, right? Like, if I'm moving it, it's going, what, to e8? And then you play bishop c5 and ignore, my counterplay, so to speak, on b2 and c3. You prepare rook to a8, which is going to hurt like a hurting.
And then what's cool about our knight is you're going to play c3 someday, and I'm just going to step up to like d3, and I'm going to say, oh, they told me in school that a knight's a good blockader of the pawn.
Was there a chess school in New Mexico? I thought you had to do it all on your own.
Oh, I never went to school. But you know what I'm saying? I read some books. I read
Yeah.
a couple books. So the point of bishop a7, my friends, is less about, it's nice to win the pawn, but it's more about like, let's put the bishop next on c5 and our big fat rook on a8.
Yeah.
And the fact that black put his rook on d7 is kind of like the call for us to be like, oh, maybe it's a8 that our rook wants to be on.
Right. So somebody's saying, why not knight e6 here? Well, we would just retreat the bishop.
I think
And
the
White's
most
plan was
natural,
rook a8, you know?
yeah, there you go. And bishop c5 would be the frisky way to retreat. Bishop e3, the simple way.
Yeah, we could play bishop c5 as well. Then we have to calculate knight c5, bc5, b4 from black or something.
But it
But
feels unnecessary.
it
Unnecessary.
feels unnecessary, even though there's a very high chance it wins for white. Knight b4 or whatever. I mean, bishop a7 is... compared to rook a5, what bishop a7 has going for it, Jesse, is like, I don't have a clue what black does after that move.
Right, right. And
There's
where
not
does
even like a testing line. Ay, ay, ay.
one of the nice things too about the non-computer analysis is I wouldn't be surprised if black had some way to play after bishop d4 that was dynamic and interesting, but I didn't see it.
You might not have been wrong to withhold your evaluation all that time.
But I'm just saying, like bishop d4, it's if black doesn't find it, it's and I don't see it, then it's an exclam, maybe a double exclam because it looks weird.
Yeah,
And
with something fancy.
computer people might be like, oh, black had such and such,
Ding missed the obvious blah, blah, blah. Really, come
yeah,
on.
yeah, yeah. But bishop d4 is looking like, oh, that was the power move. Yeah, the power move. And Gukesh is now taking his time. I think he should. We don't want to take too much,
I
but
mean, instinctively, bishop e3 to d4 did not look like the power move, Jesse. It
right, no,
instinctively
no.
looked like it left a lot of room for black to keep playing.
Can I just say I did mention it?
Yeah.
I did mention it. And I was thinking about that queen c3 stuff, but I was like, oh, I think I even forced us to stop. I was like, no, well, let's look at
Yeah.
bishop c5 or something like that.
Yeah. So, yeah. Gukesh is in a real tank here, right? I mean, he spent about 20 minutes on this move. No, 15 to 20.
He wants to put him away, dude, because he's got rook a5, bishop a7, the weenie rook a7. There might even be some other move. I don't know.
Okay, I'll say this: he's not going to play rook a7. Having seen two more complicated moves that look good, he's not going to play a weenie move here, right?
No, I'm with you.
Rook c3 first. No, Lucas, I think c3 is the wrong direction for the rook. This rook wants some open files, some open pastures. Specifically getting to the 8th rank is really painful for black's minor pieces, king, like the whole family doesn't want to see a white rook on the 8th rank. So he's not going to play the weenie move. He's more likely to blunder than to play the weenie move.
Well, what's interesting about the weenie move is just to try to evaluate that position, because you could come to the conclusion that that's actually a winning endgame for white.
Yeah, it gives you a baseline that of where white's at.
I mean, it's definitely at the minimum, it's very pleasant. Yeah. So Ding is at 1 minute a move, and then Gukesh is almost at the 1 minute.
Virat, he's not just giving away his clock advantage here. He's using his clock advantage to calculate
Right.
really precisely at a key moment in the game and
Rook
then put his
A5,
opponent
boss.
away.
Ooh, we got ourselves a man here.
Fancy pants. He goes for Rook A5, the most complicated and least clear of the winning options, but perhaps the most terminal.
And one thing actually I just noticed, David, is that we were like the best we came up with was Queen B3.
Mm-hmm.
And in that case, we could play Rook A3 to repeat. But we can still get the position with Bishop A7.
Well, hang on. We never crushed Queen B3, right?
But this
So,
is what I'm saying. So if we, one nice thing about Rook A5 is
mm-hmm.
that if you start losing yourself on what if Queen B3,
Mm-hmm.
you can always say to yourself, oh, and he plays it. You can always say, hey, I can go back to A3. If I can't figure out Rook B5, Queen D3, I can go back to A3. And then we'll just rinse and repeat, and I go back Bishop A7.
Okay, so let's get into our calculation. Rook B5,
Yeah.
Queen D3. We could move the queen to F4, we said, right? That's as far as we got, and it was not yet scientific. So,
It's not yet scientific.
no.
That's right.
Let's try and drill down on this Queen F4 move, right? Is it safe to go back to bed yet, Spinal Tap? I mean, if I went to bed now, I would just keep calculating the position in bed. I wouldn't get any sleep. This is pretty hot. I think you could stick around for the time scramble-ish. Scramble-ish, because they're not really blitzing yet, but I think a few more moves would be good. Okay, Queen F4. Let's try the simpler move, Queen C2, before we get into Knight D5. Bishop F6.
I'm pretty sure Knight D5 loses. Yeah. So Bishop F6.
He repeated once, Jesse. Old Gook gave him a one time.
I think that was very clever, actually, because I think Bishop A7 is cleaner than and remember we were talking about the Russian method of repeating.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Russians repeat twice, which I don't like, especially because honestly, even for Gukesh, if you think you're winning, repeat twice and then play Bishop takes A7.
What? Repeating once is repeating twice. If you repeat twice, you've had the position 3 times, and it's a draw.
Anyways, boss, play Bishop takes A7.
Play Bishop takes A7. Okay, well, I'm still figuring out how well Rook takes A5 works. So Bishop F6 in this position here.
He went back, though, boss. He repeated.
I know, but he could still go to A5, right?
No, I think he did. He saw that was too complicated, and now he's going to play Bishop A7.
He spent 20 minutes. I think he saw a whole lot more than that it was complicated. I
No,
think
but
he
you
saw
see
everything.
You see what I'm saying, though? Like, if
I agree, Coffee Acorn. You reminded me. I'd thought of Queen F5 earlier for this position. Bishop takes Bishop. Bishop G5. Maybe I go Bishop G5 now. H6. Bishop E3. Knight G6. I mean, it's not done and dusted.
Well, so I think one of the things that's interesting, David, is he is probably seeing some kind of problem with Bishop A7 that we're not seeing.
Yeah. Surely there's some dynamic possibilities for black. Or some kind of possibilities, right? Bishop on A7. I mean, anytime you step away from... Why did I play H6 for black in this line, Coffee Acorn? Well, for one thing, I don't think the bishop's bad on G5. It's preventing rook to D8. For white, I want to play rook B8. For black, I need an escape square for the king. Um, so yeah. I mean, you see, the next move I wanted to play was knight g6 to improve the bad knight on f8, but if I go knight g6 without h6, white just goes rook b8, and I'm dead. Like, done. Done. Dead done. So that's where h6 came from. Show e3, knight g6. Here I'm toying with the idea of knight e5 for black. You know, just staying in the game. Staying in the game. White's clearly better, right? Better pawn structure, bishop pair, but it's still being scrabbly.
Okay, David, let me just make sure we're on the same page. You're looking at the rook b5 thing
I
still.
was still looking at rook a5, in case he went back there.
Can we put bishop a7 on the board? I think that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, we can put bishop a7 on the board. You want to see if you can find out what's wrong with it?
Or just that he's got a concern. Put it that way. He's got a concern. One thought I was thinking, Dave, is maybe knight e6.
Knight e6.
Right.
I think I had that move before. Yeah, I did.
And we kind of dismissed it because we were like, well, bishop e3, and then what do you do? We got rook a8 coming, yada, yada.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we played bishop e3 or bishop c5 and said, now what? For black.
And then I was thinking maybe knight c7 maybe is a mild
c7,
concern. Yeah. I don't know. I don't feel great about knight c7, but
yeah.
Trying to help him out.
Instinctively, we push d6.
Okay, there's rook a7. There's a lot of other moves.
I know. But you were, yeah. I don't know. I just want to play d6.
It does look miserable.
You have to move the knight again, right? Because I'll just take on c7 and then get a new queen.
Well, and then you stop. You don't want to even look at that anymore because rook a8's coming. It's glorious. It's absolutely glorious. So that's not it.
Okay.
So bishop a7, knight e6, bishop e3. I don't know where he's going. It looks great for white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the rook a8 is a hell of a drug, dude. It is a hell of a drug.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Gary used to be excited about having a knight on f5. Remember, once my knight's on f5, I'm unstoppable, teenage Gary.
Uh-huh.
But, like, the rook on a8 is better. Once the rook's on a8, it's really crispy.
Oh, man.
All right, he went back to a5. Quick queen b3. 16 minutes to make 12 moves for Gukesh.
Okay, so
and he's taking the b pawn.
Okay, I did not approve of this. Queen d3. We predicted this.
Queen d3 instantly.
And we thought, okay, we just want to say this felt better for white, but it didn't feel like the absolute crusher. Maybe it is. We're going to see.
So Chessneck's asking, Gukesh must not be too confident in his ideas if he is letting time drop this low. Correct. So there can be two reasons for letting the time drop this low. Sometimes you're seeing something so overwhelming that if you double check it, Queen f4 played as well. That's following our line.
We're good.
Something so overwhelming that you're like, well, let me just double, triple check it because I won't even need 30 seconds on my clock to win this position. It'll be so winning. Other times you can't find anything and you are unconfident. So it can be either. I think in this case, he was looking for a knockout, but he didn't come up with a total knockout, I think. I think he's got a +1 kind of endgame still.
Okay, David.
But with work to be done.
When I was looking at this, my first thought was that knight d5 doesn't work, but maybe it does.
Yeah, we didn't really calculate it yet, so let's try it.
Knight d5.
Let's give it its due.
I was thinking rook d5, but then black just takes the knight on c2. after rook
Okay.
d5. And
Then bishop g7 looks like a win. Or we can trade on d7 first. No, we can't. We have to do g7 first. And if king takes, queen d4 check. Boom.
good. Okay, so that's an important
And if
variation.
rook takes, bishop takes, king g7, queen f8, or queen f7, followed by f8, the knight drops.
Okay, good. So that's an important variation.
So rook d5, and if black has to take on d5, we take with the bishop, and now f7's hanging, so there's no time to take the knight. And if bishop d4, the knight escapes to d4, and we're also up a piece. Okay, so there's no knight d5. Our instinct was right to not even calculate it. No, you got to calculate that stuff, folks. Normally you start by calculating that stuff. So here's the line I have from before, Jesse, was queen c2 here, where Ding's thinking. Bishop takes f6.
Yeah.
And now queen f5. And there's other more hectic options for black, right? But this is just a, like, get me out of here, I'm getting thrashed. And here I didn't have a knockout for white, Jesse. I played queen takes queen, pawn takes queen. I decided to keep my bishop pair with bishop g5. Also because bishop g7 improves black's king, right?
Okay, but wait, David, you could play queen takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, king takes, rook c5.
Yeah.
And then you claim you're winning that position.
I mean, you could claim it, but it's not so easy, is it? Knight g6, rook c4, knight e5, rook d4.
Or rook c5. I don't know which one.
Or rook c5.
And then obviously the claim there has to be like, well, I'm up a pawn and it's a big deal that you're shattered.
That you're shattered, sure.
Okay. Right. Queen f4 on the board.
Okay, maybe I'll just bring my king to e5 instead of the knight. I don't know. Okay, anyway, my instinct's not to trade that bishop, Jesse. I played bishop g5 before. And then I played h6 for black, bishop e3, knight g6. That was my original line. What do you think of that position?
I think that's unclear because he's got that pawn on c. The pawn's going to go to c3.
Okay.
So I think you're right. I think your variation with queen f5 is like el big questione. And we had kind of touched on this when we looked at rook a5, and I didn't like it because it's too complicated.
Okay.
Bishop f6, queen c2 is forcing bishop f6. Queen f5 makes a lot of sense. It's maybe not the best. It might be something else, but that would be the question.
Yeah, I mean, black can also play queen d3, c3, all kinds of movements, right? But we've just been scared of rook b8 for so long, it seems like if we could trade something, we'd be glad to.
Yeah, and the bummer is when we take on f5, we give the knight on the g6 square. Maybe we shouldn't take on g5.
Yeah, I'm going to try c3 for a second, folks. We're asking, what about the immediate counterplay instead of, queen f5? c3, rook c5. And it looks
when
like
we
the
take on David, when we take on f6, we mobilize bishop g7, who's been sleeping all day. Yeah. What have we done?
What have we done? Well, we're committed to this at this point, right? With queen f4.
I don't like this.
You don't like this? Okay. Well, I think I dealt with c3 at least with rook c5, right? That pawn's under sufficient lock.
Well, also the reason we should deal with queen f5 is you're in time pressure. That's the move you want to make. You want to, put this baby to sleep here.
Okay. So should we go back to queen f5?
Yeah, I think queen f5 is the right question.
Okay. I got to take it. I don't have a choice. My bishop's hanging.
You could play bishop g5 or whatever.
Okay.
Okay, so queen takes, pawn takes. So again, the problem with this is we're activating the knight on f8. And then you want to play bishop g5.
You're right. We could play bishop g5 in the position after queen f5, Jesse.
I mean, it's if I have the choice between this and bishop takes a7 a couple moves ago, I'm taking bishop a7, Bobs.
Mm-hmm. I hear you.
And here, like, there's all kinds of moves we could do. We could play f6 or something.
Right, f6. Well, no, but your bishop hates that move, right? Now I trade.
But
Trade.
my king gets the f7 square. I get my
No,
knight
no, no.
gets
I've got a pair of bishops. You can't use any of these squares.
Anyways, I'm not sure about that. I maybe not f6, but I
Like,
just say the whole bishop g5 thing is
yeah.
not impressive to me.
But you see, f6 makes this so much worse than before. After f6, I go like, I don't know, bishop c5 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And knight e5, I go bishop h5. I mean,
This whole bishop g5 thing, I'm just saying, I don't believe it at all.
We've got some kind of a move. We've got through queen f5.
We're calling this.
Yeah. All right, so they made it past move 30. Just a little further to go. Jesse, we've predicted basically every move this game. I mean, among all the variations we've analyzed.
Well, okay, let me just say this. I feel like we came to this one after when we were looking at Rook A5, and this was the thing, honestly, that led me to be like, no, we got to look more at Bishop A7. Like Rook A5 is a cool idea, but I didn't see any way to stop this. And now this position does not look so pleasant. In fact, just for Dojo eval, I don't know. I'm saying he might be fine now. I might change my mind. We're going to see. He needs a move to prove me wrong.
I mean, the reason I had my
Because
eval
at the
at
moment,
1
I'm
was
not
this
seeing.
position, as opposed to 1.5 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Good night, Spinal Tap. Catch you next
Okay,
time.
maybe I'll do 0.3 because I think he can get that end game that looks unimpressive.
Okay, he traded the queens. And the bishops.
And the bishop. So I was right about that. So now we're going to get this probably Rook C5 position.
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like maybe White's a touch better. Dang, I'm good today. But what I'm not good is I don't know why you would take this over Bishop A7.
Yeah, I don't know. But when you say a touch good, I mean, White's up a pawn.
Okay, but here's the thing I don't like. So let's see what happened to Rook C5, Knight G6, we called that.
Yeah.
And then our variation was Rook C4, Knight E5.
Mm-hmm.
And then I like Rook C5 is the most plausible.
Yeah.
But now White's position is very undynamic.
Yeah.
Black can bring the king to E7. The bishop can't move. The white king can't move. Not that this isn't going to be some spinny winny, as they like to say.
How do you like the option of D6 here? To throw away our passed pawn and
I don't like it.
Put our bishop alive. I think black could play F4 in response. They don't even have to take him right away.
Oh, Gukesh, buddy, what are you doing? Oh, he had such a nice position. Now he's done this to himself.
I really liked the idea of bishop g5, not trading that second bishop, Jesse.
That wasn't anything, but that was nothing. Okay, Rook C4, Knight E5. We're good. We saw this hours ago.
Yeah. I think they did too. They were just deciding whether or not to go to it. When they had their massive thinks.
Okay, let me put it this way. Let's imagine like Rook C5. Mm-hmm. If black had to take on F3, then I can kind of sort of imagine that to being a good winning attempt position for white. But he doesn't have to take
on F3?
On F3. But he don't. Unlike Rook C5, there's King F6. There's probably some other moves too. And then what does white do?
I guess white then has to move away the bishop if we get Rook C5, King F6. Because you can't let black play Knight F3, King F3, King E5, can you?
Okay, so Rook D4 was played.
Well, maybe you can. You play D6 check. King D6, Rook takes F5.
So first of all, David, you get props for Rook D4. I think you called that. Okay, so let's drill into this.
Yeah.
We're saying if knight F3, I still think that's a nice position. I think that's probably winning, in fact.
Yeah, here it's too soon for black to trade off on F3 because the white king gets to F4. And yeah, you're just kind of waiting to lose as black, I think. With those weaknesses. Knight C6 played.
Knight C6. I saw this, but I didn't think it was impressive.
There's the move. Pawn takes C6, Rook D4, Bishop D5, Jesse. And you can't take on B4 or D5.
But I could just play Rook D2.
But you can just go somewhere else to get behind it. Yeah.
Yeah. Or Rook D3, one of those moves.
Yeah.
That's clever, though. That was clever. So at first I dismissed Knight C6 because I was like, well, he just plays like Rook F4, but maybe then we play Knight E7. Because Knight C6 might be a good move. By the way, the fact that he went down this forcing line, Gukesh, is that you gave your opponent easy moves to play. That was all forced. Okay, so let's see.
Okay, what if he goes Rook D2 here, Jesse?
And you take the pawn on B4?
Then D6.
No, that ain't good. But you're not even threatening anything. I'll play King F6. Oh, black is fine there.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So
A5 looks pretty good too.
Here, it might be Knight C6 might force us to go to that Rook C5 variation.
Yeah.
That was also my first instinct.
How about Rook F4 here? Oh, Knight E7, right? Yeah.
Knight E7 was my concern, right?
Huh. I don't see anything too great here. I don't see anything too great.
Well, David, I think we're going to have to go back to this like Rook C4, Knight E5, Rook C5. And there, like, I think black has a bunch of different moves, but like King F6, and I think he should. Well, we could still argue white has a little something. Can we put that on the board, David? King and the King F6, and just like maybe then Bishop E2.
Yeah.
And we'll say, look, I got that weakness. I got a minor that might eventually be a better minor piece. At the moment, he's not a better minor piece, but it may be someday.
I mean, a pawn on F4 is going to help white's cause quite a bit.
Yeah.
Take away some good squares from the king and the knight.
So I think that's what we're going to see. We're going to see Rook C4, Knight E5, Rook C5. So and white could have had that first, and then
he did something else, Jesse. Something I rejected, by the way.
E5. Okay, let's give it a moment.
All right, here was my problem with this. It was King F6, I think.
By the way, Knight D5 is not an easy game to win, but we'll look at King F6.
Right, but Knight D5, Rook F5, I mean, white has some joy. I thought King F6 was really a problem for white.
Okay, let's say Rook H4.
King G back to G6.
B5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wait, let's just get inside his head. B5 has some kind of intention to make rook A4 work,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't get it. Because
Yeah.
when we take on D5 and you recapture, the rook touches B5.
Right. Yep. And that was the first thing I looked at was king f6, rook a4. But then after knight takes d5, I was like, what am I doing? And the answer was I didn't know. I didn't know what I was doing.
Okay, here's an idea, David. King F6, rook D4.
Oh my goodness, Jesse.
What?
There was a reason he couldn't play rook c5, I think. We're being told in chat by Maciek.
Uh-huh.
That in the rook c4, knight e5, rook c5 position, black would have knight d3. And then knight e1 check after you save the rook.
Oh no! Oh
Isn't that a
no!
horror?
Oh, dude. You don't want to mess with the knights, bro. You don't want to mess with the knights. Okay, good. Good. Who was that? Somebody got it.
Yeah,
They get.
Maciek Gajika.
I got an idea for white, buddy. King F6, rook D4. I'm just trying to keep the game going mostly, to be fair. But my point is on rook D4. If you play King E5, I'm going to claim I'm better after rook H4. Is that true? We can debate it. There's things to debate there, but that would be the claim.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, certainly you can keep playing if you get the H-pawn. Okay. We got to
Rook
move.
D4 played. Got it.
Rook D4.
Welcome to the dojo. The only way to keep the game going. And at this point, like, we're okay. He's gonna get to time pressure, but this is a hard decision because there's a bunch of different ways to set the position up for black.
Oh, yeah. Jesse, that other line, it's like fascinating. The rook c5 line with knight d3 also, by the way.
Uh-huh.
Knight d3. White can play king f1.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Uh-huh.
if you take the
You're
rook...
hanging your B pawn, though. You're hanging your B pawn.
Exactly. If you take the rook, you're probably busted. But if you take the b pawn, you're probably fine.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's still a little work to do. White plays king c2 and the knight's a bit offsides.
Okay, so dude plays H6.
Mm-hmm.
Do I understand this move? Probably not.
Well, it gives him the idea of maybe king e5, rook h4, rook d6.
Okay, good. Mm-hmm. Good spot.
Thing is, it's going to take White a while to fix that king, bishop, and f pawn, right? I mean,
And as David said, if we could magically put our f pawn on f4, then even then, I think black is probably still okay.
they've got knight c8 in the blockade, yield blockade.
Yeah. The other problem with b5 is you just put another pawn on a light square, buddy.
Yeah.
You know? Now black is fine. I think he might just repeat moves here with rook h4, rook d4. Oh, Gukesh, buddy. Dang. Not only that, David, but I like the weenie bishop a7 better than this one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this was once that queen f5 arrived on the board, I was like, oh, I don't like this at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you tell me that bishop g5 was nothing, but it looked much better than this to me. To just keep the bishop pair.
Also, David, I think, we could criticize B5 on some positional grounds, okay? Because
Mm-hmm.
B5 is simply with the thought that, hey, then I can play rook D4 and you don't have your knight C6. But
Mm-hmm.
you're putting the pawn on the wrong color, buddy.
Yeah.
It's the wrong color. So you shouldn't, yeah, you're losing your mind a little bit.
Yeah. I don't think he's winning this game, Jesse.
Uh-uh.
Sad to say.
Oh, it's such a nice position too. Um, did you see Kramnik's uh review of round six, dude?
Mm-mm.
It was pretty hilarious, man. Kramnik's obviously gone off the deep end recently, but from a chess perspective, the things he was saying, like obviously not taking the draw, and then the criticizing Queen H4 continuing to play. No, I'm sorry. No understanding of chess. Now, of course, I'm not strong enough to talk that way, but there was parts of me that definitely felt that way. I was like, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Yeah. So, yeah, there's people who are upset.
Wait, but there's no way that Kramnik could beat either of these players. So what's he talking about them like that for?
I think Kramnik 2000 or 1999 slays these people. Slays.
Maybe, but that's not what
Slays.
I'm talking about.
But Kramnik's he's retired now. He's allowed,
Okay.
I'm sure Kasparov would be saying similar things too.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. The title of his video was what do you call it? The
So
sort
called.
of sort of recap of the sort of WC.
Uh huh. Rude.
Oh, dude, he's so rude, dude. He's so rude.
Sort of recap of the sort of WC.
No, I don't want to criticize anybody, but please, but please. All right, he made a move, and we got our business. He played the very sad King F1.
Mm-hmm.
If I was black, maybe I'd start playing for a win, boss.
With what candidate passed pawn are you gonna win the game?
I don't know, buddy. But after King E5, Rook H4, Rook D6, you should start. White should start thinking about Rook A4, and
2000 Kramnik wouldn't go +4 against anybody. He would go +1 against everybody.
no, 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 no. He was lame. Come on. I mean, yeah, obviously, it's hard to talk about the guy in a positive light now because he's lost his mind.
But
But
once he
Fischer
was
also
+1,
lost
he
his.
would just make draws, no matter how good his position is.
I think you have a false memory of how this goes. Well, Dave, we might not be here that much longer, but I do deserve a second coffee. That's true. That's
Yeah.
true.
Nobody's saying otherwise.
Maybe when I come back, we
Mm-hmm.
should look at that Bishop A7 and just try to imagine, like, you know, what he didn't see or something. Because this
Or
was a
what he
business,
did see.
or what he did see. Yeah. Okay, at least let's also say with King F1, there's at least a dream, right? I want to I want to move my bishop back maybe and then play F4.
Yep. Couple dreams.
Couple of dreams. And now, David, I was thinking, oh, I don't know if I have a thought. Yeah, okay, here's a thought, David. Just to keep the game going. So if you go King E5, Rook h4. Let's say your famous rook d6. Then I'll play my famous rook a4. Okay.
Yeah.
And then if you play the famous rook d7, I'm going to play the famous rook a6 and claim that I keep the game going.
Brilliant stuff, Jesse.
I don't know if it's brilliant, but I'm just trying to keep the game going for Mr. Gukesh.
Yeah, no, you just crushed it. That's amazing.
So even though this is all disappointing and so on, the game might have it's not necessarily over yet. It looks like just from well, I almost said a classical perspective. But from a classical perspective, it also seems that knight c8 to d6 should hold because your pawns are all in the wrong color, buddy. And my king is stronger than yours. So knight c8, d6 is another move, which makes a lot of sense here for black. A plan, let's call it a plan. Makes a lot of sense for black.
But black does have a trash pawn structure. I mean, like a knight on d6 is not defending your h pawn, right? Whose job is it to defend the h pawn? No, well, king and knight, very strong in center, but who defends pawn?
And one thing we could say too, maybe, David, is that Gukesh might have seen all the way up until like that rook c5 position, but missed knight d3. That's a thought. Even that position, I wasn't 100% that white was going to win that thing, but maybe that's a narrative. Right. And I would like to watch the post-game recap before I do my recap.
Yeah.
The post-game interview, but I cannot because they turn on the analysis bar like demons there.
Yeah.
And they shove it in the players' faces like, see what you missed? Why didn't you do this?
Right.
We were wondering
yeah.
why you didn't play X.
Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. And like I mean, I don't watch much of these things, but I've seen like, a couple seconds at a time before I give up. And I've seen at past events, where they'd be like, well, I was thinking, but okay, I see the computer rejects it. And the players don't even tell you what they were calculating during the game anymore because you just got the computer in their face. What? They're just going to look like an idiot or a jerk, right? So why would they even speak? Ay.
Okay, David, let me do a concrete variation. So Mason's asking what I would do against that variation, but let's not do king e5 yet. Let me try knight c8, Baus.
Well, it's white's move. Oh, no, he played rook h4.
Oh, king e5, rook h4. Oh,
and
I called that one.
Now you've got to play rook d6, right? I mean,
it would seem so.
What else do you want?
Well, I don't know. Actually, you could play knight. You could think about knight d5.
Okay.
Not necessarily losing at all because your rook on h6 is kind of sidelined. But we have activated the bishop on f3 by taking the pawn. So
yeah. So now there's nothing wrong with the position. We got a passed h pawn and a rook and bishop. Yeah, not a draw yet. Rook h4. So the players just got an extra half hour. We've almost never played the second time control in this match, right, Jesse? So
well, we got there yesterday, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean like rarely, right?
Yeah.
Not so many times. So I'm just going to remind folks, they got 30 minutes, and now they have a 30-second increment, and that's it. So, you do another 15-minute think or something like this, and pretty soon you'll find yourself playing Endgame Sensei. Just 30-second increment and do what you can with it.
All right, let me try rook a4. Probably what happened. No, knight takes d5 was played. Okay.
Wow.
So I think we say rook h6 and white is, but hold on, it's a little concrete still. Okay. So rook h6. Let me try knight c3.
Okay. Let me just mention there's this move f4. trying to offload a bad pawn. And then I think white wins with rook h5 check.
Yeah, I don't think we want f4.
If you move the king, we trade everything, and the h-pawn wins. If you play f5, I play rook takes f5 check. And then I fancy pants my way to a second extra pawn. Okay, so Jesse wants knight c3 here. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now there's some threat of my rook being sidelined, so I'm wondering about going to a6 immediately.
Maybe.
Let me try that before any sidelining happens. Let me go over there. See if you might give my rook a second rook pawn. Just keep feeding him. They're called rook pawns because the rook gets to eat them.
Okay, so knight takes b5.
Oh, I hung my pawn.
No, I think we're not done yet because I think rook a5 is the right one.
Yeah.
On rook bishop c6, I have rook d1, king e2, knight c3. So rook a5 was the question.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's say a6.
Yeah, it's the only move I see for you. I'll take it, I guess.
And then we get this position with something like knight d4.
Okay.
Okay, moves have been played. Rook h6, or one move has been played.
Yeah.
Now, so knight c3 is the most direct move. He plays it instantly.
Plays it quickly, yeah.
I like David's rook a6.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Let me mention rook c6 is maybe a move here.
Mm-hmm.
Though then maybe black plays knight e4. And in general, knight e4, besides taking the pawn, is also on the table.
Yeah, for sure.
Let us just stress, though, that white looks like they've made progress because what happened was black took that nasty pawn. And so our bishop is now free.
Yeah.
Even on the move b6, I think white has, which probably is not going to see, but it is a move, and we do have chances to play that for a win with b6.
Yeah.
Okay, white's in, buddy. White's in. All right, I'm going to give it 0.5.
Uh-huh. That's what I already had on it, so I won't move it.
And okay, no, getting ourselves a technical endgame, and I'm going to get myself a coffee bowl.
Yeah. In fact, I don't love black playing knight takes d5, and I'm going to nudge mine up just a smudge to 0.63. Okay. So what about h4? Coffee Acorn. Yes, we want to play h4 when given the chance. But first we need to organize our pieces. They're valuable here. We got to organize our pieces. Black has ideas of either taking our b pawn or going for counterplay with knight e4 and rook to d2. And our king is bad and our rook is a little bit weird at the moment. So the first thing to do is to improve the rook, almost certainly. Almost certainly. Black can escape the bishop c6 trick, Coffee Acorn, in general, with rook d1 check. So, same thing with rook a6. Jesse took on b5, and I played rook a5. I didn't play bishop c6. There's this trick, rook d1 check. And if your king comes here, then black has knight c3 escaping. Or, rook b1 as well. I mean, you can keep playing, of course. You can play king g2 and stuff, but you did give black the counterplay with the a-pawn. So after knight c3, it really makes sense to improve this rook. So we've got candidate moves of like rook c6 and rook a6, which look good for a start. We could also start with bishop c6, potentially, defending this pawn immediately. That's got to be a thought as well. I think black would go rook d2. Oh, then we have maybe f4 here. Check. Here. Takes. Here. Now. Intense. It looks like the black king is super active. But also it's outside of the box of the h-pawn. What if white just starts running? What if white just started running there? Like, oops, your king is too active. Bishop's cutting off the knight. And it looks like, yeah, it looks like pretty much white's winning. I guess I can stop the pawn like this. As black can get to this position. And the knight on h6 will even defend these two pawns against white's bishop. Wow. Huh, I thought white was going to end up winning in this variation. Huh. Okay, I think we got to move from Gukesh. He chose rook c6, yeah. It's close. In this, before we go to the game, I'll just tell you folks, I think that there's a way to keep playing this position for white to try to win, which is basically you go bishop d7, knight h6, then you sack the bishop on f5 and play g4. And that gets the h-pawn rolling, which is really hard for the black knight to handle. I could be completely wrong, but let me just throw that out there for you before we go on. I think this might be like a try for white. Okay, so now let's look at the move that he actually played in the game, right? Rook c6. So now knight b5 is totally ruled out by rook c5. Right? Fair enough. White's bishop is covering d5. And I think the most likely thing for black to do here is to play knight e4.
Right.
If I consider the rook d2 move order in this position, white could play rook c3 against that. Okay, yeah. So we're attacking the knight. Okay, it's all over. It's got to go to e4.
Wait, David. I agree 94 is definitely a move, but also rook d3 should be mentioned.
Rook d3.
Don't play bishop g2, whatever you do.
Right. Okay, this is what Jesse's warning us against. That's checkmate, oddly. Yeah. Okay, fair enough, Jesse. This could be a line as well.
I think 94 is still the main one. On rook d3, I don't really know what I'm doing after king g2, for example.
After king g2, yeah.
Maybe there 94 could be interesting.
Yeah. There's also bishop h5, right?
I didn't even think about that, but yeah, you could think about bishop h5 too.
Yeah. All right, let's start with knight e4. Let's start with knight e4. Ding's actually thinking, so I guess it's not obvious between them. Oh, he's played knight e4, yeah.
Okay, let's talk about this. The knight, okay, there's various transitions to rook endgames, which could be drawn. Some of these things, because the double left pawns are tricky questions. So just as a theoretical, David, if I trade the b pawn, which I'm not sure I actually want to do, but I just want to put it out there. So imagine the position b6, ab, rook takes, knight d2, king g2, knight f3, king f3. Do we think that position is drawn?
Maybe with the black king on g7 or g6. Here, I guess black needs to engineer f4 in a good way, or I don't really trust black's position that much.
Yeah, I would say that's probably holdable,
Mm-hmm.
but I think that's a good baseline case. So that
Yeah.
means that for these end games, we would like, in general, you want to keep the queenside pawns on if you feel you're not just winning, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So this is a big moment for Mr. Gukesh.
Also, Jesse, I think that in general, black would go rook d2 and force white to trade on e4 and get an even better version of this endgame.
Mm, good, good. And I was just trying to do it as a like a
Right.
pathetic one.
I'll just give you this other baseline, though. I think with fe, black has more counterplay because with the rook, first it needs some checking distance, right? But if it goes somewhere like a2, you can basically harass white with rook a2, rook a1, back and forth. And you always have the threat of e3. So that's how you're kind of harassing the king on the second rank as well as the first rank. Whereas with the pure doubled F pawns, we didn't really have counterplay. We were just groveling.
Okay, I'm going to introduce a very a move. I don't think I believe in, but we just mention here that there's always going to be the chance of just running the dude.
Mm-hmm.
And so h4,
Mm-hmm.
it'll be very hectic once we play h4, especially because like he's got rook b7 and all kinds of other questions immediately. And
Yeah.
also, yeah, okay. So, oh my gosh, this is going to be a hot one.
I mean,
But White has,
rook b7, white has bishop e2. That doesn't look like the right direction to me.
but actually, and the bishop e2 is nice anyway. I think h4 rook d2 is probably the big
Mm-hmm.
question.
Yeah. Now we trade. And f takes, and we keep pushing, right? Keep pushing.
Push him, baby, push him. And that's very scary for black.
What are you saying?
That's scary for black.
Scary for black, yeah. One idea is e3, rook h2.
It's okay. Just to continue it, David,
Yeah,
let's say that after h5, let's say rook b2.
rook b2. What? What are you saying you got here, boss? I'm just gonna play h6 and let you show us.
I think maybe you should play rook c5, but let's go
Yeah.
h6, rook b5, rook b5,
Okay.
h7, rook h8.
Ay, ay, ay. He made it. He caught his flight.
He got his flight.
Everybody thought the gate was closing.
He got his flight.
Dang. All right, that's a draw.
You might have had rook c5 there. I don't know.
Yeah.
After rook b2.
All right,
Probably.
so I'll try rook c5. King f6.
And that position we just like for white because,
g4. Connect the pounds. Give him a buddy.
yeah, I think there's multiple ways. So that isn't it. So knight e4, I think h4 is the big question. It's very good news if I'm white and I say to myself, oh, rook d2, if I can make sure that rook d2 doesn't work,
Yeah.
it's very comforting.
Yeah, without any kind of retreating. Oof. It's not my instinct, Jesse, to go h4 and simplify. It's my instinct to somehow keep my bishop on the board, you know?
No, I agree. So bishop e2 is another candidate move.
Yeah.
Very logical. So let's check actually h4, knight d2. You go anywhere, e2, knight f3, king f3.
Well, this is going to be worse for you than before, no?
Well, but if you win my coconut,
Okay, so here you're going after the B pawn one move faster or something?
this looks bad. This looks at least scary for black
So you give a
to
check
check on.
and then you go to B3, right? That's the difference?
But there's so many scary things here for black. The um, like rook c7 looks very scary.
Rook C7, King F6.
But then I'll just sit on you with rook b7, and I don't think you will like it.
Okay.
Okay, okay, but just on a principled standpoint, like okay, knight e4. There's okay, so there's h4, and then also bishop e2.
Yeah, so King E1 was played, Jesse. That was not on our
King
radar.
e1. I had thought about it, but I was like, that's a little too hyper finessey for me.
It is very finessey. That king is trying to help out from way down there on the back rank.
There's a lot of okay. That was the tactical approach to the position. The king doesn't necessarily want to be on e1.
Mm-hmm. Right. Whew.
So okay, I think
All
first
right.
question is, what do you want to do on rook to b7? What is your intenzione?
God, I want to tell you Rook C5 check, but it just doesn't work. um, I guess Bishop E2. Why did I play King E1? I don't know.
Good. I think bishop b2. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can come up with something else. So king e1, rook b7, maybe. We're also just like, okay, so king e1 is a big claim that black can't do anything. And let's just observe there is, the classic pattern of the rook being a diagonal away from the knight. So the domination square.
So Jesse, I played Bishop E2, Knight D6.
Okay.
And now I'm just playing H4 for white because there's still Rook C5 check. And if black wants to play, King D5 to get rid of Rook C5 check, then he's a long way from H8, right?
Still, it's something you'd have to check.
So now I go H5 here. Knight takes B5. I want to hit him with some kind of a tactico, Bishop F3 and then something with the rook.
Tactico.
But I'm also tempted by Bishop B5, Rook B5, Rook F6.
Also, David, we have to say that on knight d6, f4 looks pretty compelling.
Oh yeah, did I have easier?
I don't know if it's easier, but it's just something that might end el game pronto.
Uh-huh.
So f4 forces king d5, or well,
No,
you could think
King
king
E6.
e6. Well, you can go king e6, but now you're not threatening anything.
Right. So then H4, free hand.
h4 for sure, and I want the pawn on f4 anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm fine with that.
So that looks good.
Yeah. Okay, so knight d6, yeah, it didn't feel right. Once I saw that it's not immediately threatening b5, I thought h4 should be too strong as well. But yeah, f4, throw that in too. Why not?
And let's just say positionally, it's a big deal if I can achieve f4. It makes my bishop stronger because I want my pawns on dark squares, and the pawn on f5 is then fixed, as they say in the old. And that also should lead black to start thinking, hey, can I organize f4 myself?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Big old
Well,
question.
why don't we start right there, f4?
Yeah, f4 here loses to bishop takes knight.
And then rook c4.
King
Very
takes.
nice.
Check. Yeah.
Check a Rooney, and that's got to be lost. That's
yeah,
lost.
once this rook's on f4, like, no, man. No.
Okay, good. No, king e1. Maybe he's got something. David's at 0.63. That's a hell of a decimal point. All right, and I guess I'm going to 1.
You're going back up to 1.
I'm moving around a little bit here.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm just trying to be honest.
Yeah.
Okay. At first, when we got to this end game, I did not believe in it. I still, like, we can go back at some point and look, but I didn't believe that White had any juice. But in this position, he definitely has juice.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a mistake that explains our evaluation going back up, Jesse.
Yeah.
And that was knight takes d5. I mean, maybe there wasn't anything great, but for me, that did not look. It was after that my hopes picked up, right?
I think that's fair. Like, we might go back and say, oh, that was actually the only move, but that was the move where, like, if he has to do that, then White's definitely, like, his bishop's alive.
Yeah.
It's alive.
Honestly, it makes everything Gukesh did look like he was a genius, right? With the whole b5, because he's got that rook h4 to a4 to a6 to h6 maneuver, right? I mean, incredible. And I think we need to keep in mind that these players are geniuses. You know, on other streams, people look at the computer and they're like, oh, these chumps, right? But we need to keep in mind they're geniuses.
Okay, David, I have an attempt I want to try for black.
Yeah.
So knight d6.
Knight d6 right here?
Right. And my main point is not, I mean, yes, I'm putting some pressure, but I'm not threatening it directly.
Right.
My point is I would like to get f4 in before you get f4 in.
Okay, so I go h4. I let you do your thing. You play f4, I imagine, right?
That's my hope. I don't know. We'll see, yeah. And then maybe just g4.
And let's say I rook c5 check you. I also have g4, right?
Rook c5 because I don't have king d4. There's rook d5.
Yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't work.
Okay,
All
you're
right.
not pumped after my check?
No. So I take back, I'm going to go back to the original game position.
Okay. Here's back to the live position, folks. We're still looking for a good defense for Ding, who would like to either trade his knight for the bishop or his f-pawn for the g-pawn. These are the two trades we're kind of looking at for him. Can he force one of these things to reduce White's winning resources? We haven't found anything clear yet.
Also somehow to win the b-pawn.
And if he hangs around for a while, h4, h5, all the way up to h6 is going to make the situation a bit worse for him. Here, the black king being cut off along the 6th rank allows you to advance the h-pawn a bit more than you normally would. Normally, if black's king were on g7 or h7, advancing the h-pawn would, past h4, let's say, could be considered overextending it and exposing it. And instead, you'd be playing like king e2, king e3, king f4 as white, right? Trying to get into the center and attack that isolated f-pawn. But here, if black hangs around, it's probably h4, h5 is going to be a nice expansion for white, starting to put the black pieces on the leash of the h-pawn.
David, how about rook d5 here? Maybe that's even the critical test.
Rook d?
d5, dog 5, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so in a nutshell, my options are now rook c7 and bishop e2.
And my hope is that on bishop e2, then I can play f4, just to tell you my idea.
Yeah.
Still very complicated.
Here's a variation for you. Bishop e2, f4, bishop c4, f takes g3.
Good move.
Incredible, right? Bishop d5, g2. And even the famous f4 trick doesn't save you because the knight's covering f2. So your king doesn't get over. The other knight's stopping rook f6. I don't see how white gets the G pawn.
Yeah. Okay, so king e1, rook d5. I think, yeah, that's so we have bishop e2, the miserable b6, and rook c7.
Yeah, okay. I mean, the move that doesn't look miserable to me is rook c7. I'm going to try that first.
Okay, but there I'm gonna mess with you because I have rook b5 check. Not check, c5.
Okay. Rook b5. All right.
No, I'm gonna have rook b1. It's gonna be a hassle in the castle.
I know what you got, man. I trade on e4.
Oh, but then I have king e4
Okay, king e4. I take.
on a7.
No, on f7, of course.
Oh, f7, I
I'm trying
have
to
king
win, not draw.
I have king f3. Then you might want to try to draw.
Why would I want to draw? King f3, g4,
f4.
f4. Uh-oh.
You might want to try to draw, boss.
Uh-oh. Oh, shoot. I did not see f4 coming at all.
Okay, but now maybe there's some way for you to make that work. It's very hot, but you could also play rook takes a7 instead of rook takes f7.
Uh-huh.
In that position, I don't like it much for me. It's got to be. There might be a way for me to make that work too. Rook a7, king f3, rook a3, king g2.
Wow.
And then if h4, I play f4.
Yeah. This dude's going deep here. f4, gf4, rook h5.
Yeah.
Now, it's possible to lose this endgame just because your king's on h2 here, right, Jesse?
There's all kinds of concerns.
Rook g3, king h2, king e2, rook h4, king f3 or whatever.
That's the kind of madness we're talking about. Yeah. Okay, wait, but let's go back because we don't want to rabbit hole it too bad yet. So,
Okay.
but rook d5, I think is so far the most complicated testing line.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
This king e1, dude, that's a calculator's move right there, right?
Yeah.
It's like he's trying to get study like on his ass, saying all kinds of nasty things about his mom.
All right, a couple general questions in the chat. Tiger Cubby's asked a couple times, can we give a general idea why King E1 is so good? We don't even know if King E1 is so good. So, no, we can't quite. I mean,
okay, but
we can
but
say
if
that
we're gonna
King E1 was played to prevent this idea of Rook D2 going after the F pawn. So,
well, okay, hold on. We could say it's a prophylactic move, and that we're claiming that black can't do anything. So there's no knight d2.
mm-hmm.
And if we can, what does white want to avoid? He wants to avoid the trade of the knight for the bishop.
Yeah.
Unless we get something for it. He wants to avoid the loss or trade of the b pawn for the a pawn, right? Wants to stop f4. So king e1 does all of those things. And in particular, then we want to ask, well, what about this rook d5 move? And then that gets a little hectic after that. And also, in general, we would like to achieve like a bishop e2 f4 situation.
Yeah. As far as did Gukesh more moves than we've been talking about. And then the other question we had here was from Coffee Acorn. You guys said that h4 is good because the rook is cutting black's king off from defending the pawn, right? What about f6 from black to cut off white's rook? White doesn't necessarily need the rook over there. They just need black's king not to be there to receive the h-pawn. So even if black plays f6, black's king can't get back there. White can keep pushing the h-pawn. And in some scenarios, bring white's rook to the 7th or 8th rank later on to help the pawn as needed. So, yeah, f6 is not unplayable, but it still leaves the h-pawn as a threat.
Hard for black to move, man.
Yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, Ding looks.
Ding is definitely not comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, one look at his face, right? He doesn't see
I think he
anything.
knows that when he got to that end game, I think he judged that as we did, as he should be holding that thing. And now all of a sudden he's not holding this thing, at least not easily.
Yeah. Yeah. Gukesh is a very good endgame player, by the way, for, into that conversation from earlier about, is Gukesh a mature player, right? He's a great endgame player.
Okay, David, one other thing, maybe I should just not even mention it, but is the move knight d2.
Mm-hmm.
And the intention is that I'll play f4 next.
Okay, so you attack this Bishovsky. Right. But I have this trick again with rook c5, right?
Okay, I was going to say king d4, though. Oh, then you have rook f5.
Yeah,
There.
I'm just taking on
Nice.
f5 no matter where you
Oh,
go.
that's a good trick. Okay, good. So even there, that's another value of king e1. We're magically stopping all of these things.
And folks, if black kept the pawn defended like king e6 or something, the point was still to play rook f5 defending the bishop. And if the king ever takes the rook, bishop g4 check, and we pick up this.
Bang. That was a good tactic, dude.
Okay.
Yeah. This is why I get so frustrated when I do the grad shows and these people get these end games and they're like, well, I moved in 20 seconds. I had an hour left, but I moved in 20 seconds because it was what else am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Okay, so rook d5 at the moment is the only testing thing that we have found. And even then, if
Tiger
you're
Cubby,
black,
I
like,
mean, we've explained it a few times, right? So we can't explain it any better. When the king was on e1, black had access to knight d2 and rook d2.
yeah.
And white had to do something to avoid it. It's just some pure little calculations, basically.
And also we're saying that black doesn't have, unless rook d5 somehow touches our coconuts, we don't uh we don't know what black wants to do. And we have a long-term plan ourselves of moving the bishop and playing f4.
Yeah, so black needs to be ready to play f4 probably soon.
It's very difficult to make this happen, as we've seen.
Oh, it's too bad that knight d2, rook c5, and there's no time to do anything.
Yeah.
I don't think we completely beat rook b7, but rook b7, bishop e2, we didn't have any great ideas for black because the rook's kind of committed over there. It's not really doing much else.
Right.
Um, no, Ding's not going to resign. He's going to fight some more.
Yeah. And remember, he's got 30 seconds. So honestly, shouldn't surprise us if this game just kind of goes for a long time here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, what do we expect him to play? Maybe rook d5. That's one of the better, the tougher looking moves we've looked at so far. There's no more time to be added at move 60. It's just 30 seconds per move. So they're not just going to flag, right, with 30 seconds. It's playable forever.
And we got a question. Is there more time on move 60? We're going to say no.
Yeah.
No more time. It's just 30 seconds to move from here on out. Yeah. And this game, boy, what's been going 4.5 hours. David's still around. And this is kind of more what I would have thought the games in general would have looked like, and what Gukesh definitely wants. So like even if he doesn't win, he wants games that go the distance and wears this dude down. The nervous energy, just crushing.
Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. So, I mean, moves that clearly lose, right? F4. Knight to D2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say knight D6 pretty much too.
Yeah, knight d6 looks bad.
So F4, knight D2, knight D6 all lose. Rook B7 looks pretty bad to me. So basically Rook D5. But yeah, I understand it's hard to put a move on the board here as black, right? When you're kind of getting prophylaxis in a certain way. Are we thinking it's a draw with perfect play? No. We think white's up about a pawn.
They're asking for analysis with perfect play. Yeah, we'll say I think that rook d5 was right on the edge. It was right on the edge.
Yeah.
Maybe we should look at it again, David. So rook d5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and there's all kinds of things going on here. We were looking at bishop e2, right?
Mm-hmm.
That seems correct to Mundo. Bishop e2.
Yeah. Then we tried F4.
And by the way, maybe there's another move besides f4.
Okay. F4. The only line we have here, Jesse, is bishop c4, f takes g3, bishop d5, g2, and black wins. That's all we've got so far.
How about this is a move, David? Instead of f4 for black, how about we play knight d6 then?
But we haven't done anything for white here yet.
No, bishop e2, right? That was our original move. After rook d5, we were going to play at least bishop e. Oh, we had two questions, right? We had rook c7, and we had bishop e2. Okay, a move has been played. F6.
Okay. That's an I'm in almost Zugzwang kind of move.
Right.
So the candidates for white will be maybe h4 and maybe some bishop move to g2.
Here was the thing I was thinking, whether it was f6 or some other just kind of sitting move, is I think strategically we'd like to play bishop e2 and f4.
Mm-hmm.
But when we play f4, then our g3 pawn is hanging.
Yep.
So a lot of those variations where we had with f4, it was like the knight went on some adventure and then we got f4 in and then it looked great. But here, bishop e2, f4, it's not 100%. It looks pretty good, though. It's got to be said.
Uh-huh.
Now, maybe the big question would be bishop e2 and then black plays f4 there.
Right.
That's more reasonable. Now, it's got to be said, like bishop e2, f4, g4. Is that hell of complicated? Yes, sir.
Yeah. Because now black's always got some counterplay. This f pawn is just taking space, so they're like weird attacking themes against white's king.
Right. And the other thing that's really nerve-wracking for black is, does f6 really do anything? If it doesn't, then I can just say, oh, h4 is an improving move.
Yeah.
And then what do you want to do?
So the one thing is h4 is improving, but it does turn off that bishop g4 check tactic.
Okay.
I mean, everything's going to turn off something, right? That's the thing about chess. Like, every little move changes some of the tactics. But f6 was a waiting move. It had crossed my mind for black just because of the paucity of moves black had that didn't lose. And I hadn't analyzed it
David,
really any further than that.
One thing I'm seeing, though, is like, let's imagine h4, knight d2. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I think then, though, rook c5 is a hell of a drug, because then you got to go to e6, and no one wants to go to e6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then I think you're in bad shape.
Then you can just put your bishop on c6 or something.
Yeah, or even play e2, and you got all you're staring at that f pawn really good now.
Right, bishop g2 heading towards h3 looks evil as well.
Yeah. We got a lot of good moves. Okay, so basic question is, what if white plays the improving move h4, which not only gets closer to the end of the board, but controls any kind of knight g5 stuff?
So f4 still loses to trades and rook c4.
Exactamundo.
So that's still out after h4. Knight d2 didn't look good in our first variation.
with the rook c5, right?
If the queenside pawns are traded off, Jake, it's just a little bit easier for black to defend, but it's still a pretty tough endgame. But it's a little less complicated. One less pawn for black to worry about, and more open files for their rook to go, like rook b7 would be harassing white's king on the first and second ranks. Right now, one nice thing for Gukesh is that black rook is not able to get into a square like a1 or b1 or a2 or b2, which would bother white. Might force bishop takes e4. So white's definitely happy to still have those pawns on the board. H4 looks like a pretty good move.
I'm going up to 1.4, David.
Oh, wow. You think it's done, huh? Or
1.4 isn't
close.
done. 1.4 is done. 1.4 is like we're right on that edge.
Yeah, 1.4 is pretty good. 1.4 is pretty good. Creeping up. God, I can't believe I'm still awake. I'm not tired. I'm interested, but this is going to be a bad day for me.
Well, let me ask you, David, do you have duties you have to attend to soon or anything?
It's almost time to make breakfast for the kids. Almost.
Okay, so just so you know, I can take over if you ever need to,
Yeah.
you know.
Now, I probably got an hour, and
Yeah.
they don't have that much in them, right? They got 30-second increment.
Okay, if you got an hour, that's good,
Things
dude.
got 5 minutes. Yeah, in an hour I have to make
This
breakfast.
could well go past an hour though, because as we've seen in Endgame
Yeah,
Sensei, when you got that 30-second increment, it can last forever,
yeah.
literally forever. Yeah, these guys are almost at 5 hours of play here. Now, do we have another candidate move besides H4, David?
Gabriel, in the line knight d2, rook c5, king d4, white has this move rook f5, defending the bishop on f3.
Exactamundo. Yeah.
And then, is our eval bar, it should be inverted for some reason? Why? White's better. What's wrong? I don't understand. Ghost is starting a tournament today, folks. He's playing a tournament with Caruana in St. Louis.
Right. Fabi dude is doing this insane thing for circuit points to qualify for the World Championship tournament. And he's fighting with Aragaisi, who's also playing in a bunch of random opens trying to get circuit points. Fabi wins Charlotte, which gives him some points,
Mm-hmm.
and then is going to play in this one next. He lost to Theodoru, but still won rating points because he was crushing everybody else.
Yeah.
So he gets some circuit points. And, you know, that's talk about risking your rating. He's definitely risking his rating.
Big time, yeah.
Yeah.
Playing 2 games a day, the brutal American schedule. Fabi's not used to that, you know?
Right.
Not used to 2 games a day.
Let me ask you this, David. Obviously, F6, you know, allows rook H7. It blocks the rook on C6 from going to H6. But honestly, it doesn't seem that special. Those things don't seem special to me. Besides those, does it do anything besides being a waiting move? Like, is there some other idea in it? Which
To
is not
F6?
waiting move. Yeah. Because I don't really see it.
Yeah, to me it was just a waiting move.
Here's maybe a one argument for it is I want my rook to be able to go on an adventure someday. And when rook c7 hits me, I don't want to have to defend f7.
Sure. Yeah, it might be like a tiny improvement move in that sense, yeah.
So, for example, one idea could be that if bishop e2 now, I think h4 is the main question, but if bishop e2 now, I might be able to get away with rook d2, intending rook b2.
Rook d2, intending f3, and then...
Who knows? Come on, Cry. Gonna lose your mind? Okay, but a similar idea would be bishop e2, rook d4, and then I'm intending rook b4 to rook b1 with counterplay.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Sure.
Now the obvious question is, well, is that your idea if I play h4? Yeah. And we didn't talk about rook d4, but that's maybe kind of to the point. Let's do a variation, David. So h4, rook d4. Let's push them, baby, and see what happens. Rook b4, h6. Does this look hella scary? Yes, it does. But I give you a check.
Give me a check. Bishop d1, fielding the check.
But then I can take on b5.
Rook b5.
And I'm saying I'm going to catch your pawn.
Yeah. h7.
Rook b8.
Rook b8. Rook a6. Oh, you've got knight g5.
I got no knight g5 I don't have because of f4.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's think carefully here.
And maybe you should have thrown in f4 a little sooner because now I can play f4.
Yeah, I'm going to play f4 actually after rook b8, okay?
Okay. So f4, king d4.
King d4. Oh, now you've got knight g3 too.
It's complicated, dude, right? It's complicated.
Yeah, it's real complicated.
Okay, good. Now let's just...
h4 has been played, Jesse, and then rook to d3.
Okay, so it's similar idea.
Yeah,
similar idea.
Very
we want to
similar.
bring the rook to b3, right?
Maybe slightly more forcing.
Right. Okay, so f6 had this all kind of worked out.
Yeah.
Oh, baby, here we go. Okay, so Mama said, put your rook behind the passed pawn. That's what he's hoping to do.
Yeah. So,
okay. I think we got to move. He played.
No, we do.
Do we have a
no,
move?
we don't. It switched who's
funny.
moving us without a move being played?
Well, it kind of flashed. It flashed bishop d1 on the screen, and then I didn't see it anymore. So that was weird.
And it's got Ding's time running now. What? I'm going to have to check the tape. Hang on. Rook d3 and Gukesh's time running, I think. And he's playing bishop d1. I see him playing bishop d1.
So yeah, they flashed that on the screen. Okay, so let's talk about it. Bishop d1, weird. Cool move. It was stopping rook b3.
Yeah. Ay. f4.
F4 play.
The moment he disengages with the e4 square.
Okay, now one piece of good news for black is now g4. It looks like we could play rook h3. Okay, so this is a nice critical try for Mr. Black.
Okay, there's also bishop c2, right? Trying to reintroduce...
If bishop c2, we have your fancy move, fg.
That's critical, right? Because otherwise bishop c2 would wreck here.
Yeah.
You attack the rook, it moves somewhere, you go after the fourth rank. But bishop c2, there's fg3. Yeah. Okay, so he plays f4. Now, another line, Jesse. gf4, king f4, f3. I know, anti-positional. Some part of you hates it, right? Another pawn to another light square. But the point is to play rook f6, which, you know, has its pluses as well.
A pawn is a pawn is a pawn, yeah.
Yeah, and also I'm, fighting against that king, right? So...
But doesn't knight c3 touch your coconuts?
It touches my coconuts, yeah. All right. I throw in rook f6 check anyway, just to see what's happening. You go king e5, huh?
That's my thought. but maybe you're gonna play bishop c2 there like a madman.
Yeah. I got to. I got to. Actually, I also have bishop e2. Also like a madman. But yeah,
Well,
my
bishop
taste.
e2, bishop e2, I have rook e3, but also bishop
Mmm.
c2, I have
Yeah.
rook e3,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna win your rook.
Oh, because you got the check on e2.
I got the check. Okay, takes happened, so you called that one. And now let's just pause for a momentito.
Yep.
Black is trying to make a little counterplay, makes sense.
Yep.
And if, for example, h5, I think rook h3 looks like counterplay to me.
Maybe. I mean, okay, so other moves here are bishop c2 and rook c4. Bishop c2, he's got to play rook d4, I think.
Oh man, this is spicy.
Rook c4, he could maybe play f5. Still with the idea of your rook h5, right? And yeah, your h5, rook h3 is not clear either, right? That game goes on. Ay, ay, ay.
So, David, check this out. On rook c4, I think I have to play rook h3
Against which move?
against rook c4.
Against rook c4, you think you can't play f5?
Well, let me just show you the point first. So
Oh,
rook
f5, there's
h3.
f3.
Yeah. So
Oops.
I think, but this is my point is that rook h3,
Mm-hmm.
f3, then I give you a check, king e2, rook h2, and I don't think you get out of dodge.
I can't find my way out. King d3, rook d2. That is
Right.
insane.
I think that's, well, at least that's what I'm seeing, because rook c4 looks like a hell of a drug. So we have
Right.
rook c4 as a move. Oh
Yeah,
my
rook
gosh.
c4 threatens f3 as well as rook e4, king e4, bishop c2 as well as bishop c2. So there's not a lot of moves there. Okay, so you've come up with rook h3. Whew. f3. And you really think that you're going to check me forever? Forever, ever? All right, I'm going to try f3 again.
All right, f3 check.
Give me your check. I go to e2. You give me your check. I come to f1.
Okay, rook h1.
All right, I come to g2.
Okay, I'll take your bishop.
Take my bishop. Just like that. I give a little check. King to f5.
And that should be a draw right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like a draw. Okay, so king f4, there's rook c4 as a candidate move. Maybe you could play f3. That's a little dodgy, especially with rook e3 check. But maybe you could play f3. We were looking at that. There's maybe h5 I don't like because of rook h3. On bishop c2, there is rook h3. But maybe that's all. Bishop c2 is also a very much a candidate move. Because we could say bishop c2, rook h3, and just bishop e4, and you're not going to be taking my coconut on e4, h4 anytime soon.
Well, once I've played king d3 or something.
Oh, buddy.
Did we miss a fork in the line? Maybe. Or maybe the knight was pinned to the king. Depends what position you guys are thinking of. We thought we had the knight and the king lined up on the fourth rank.
Buddy, yeah, here we go. It's tanking pretty good.
When I played f3 here, what happens when I played f3 here? You played knight c3 last time when I played f3. That's what you played.
And also rook e3 looks maybe a thing, but yeah, knight c3. Actually, yeah.
All right. Like us, chat is struggling to keep up with all the variations in the visualization.
Yeah.
5 minutes for Dink, 6 minutes for Gukesh. And my feeling is like Ding has some kind of scrabbling save here. That's my instinct. Might just be my fear talking. The move rook c4 immediately here. The crazy defense was rook h3 found by Jesse. Normal f5 loses to f3. So rook c4 threatening both bishop c2, f3, and rook e4. Triple threat. The only possible defense is Jesse's rook h3 move. And after f3, he just gives us crazy checks. And if we play something like bishop c2, I suppose it's back to f5.
So David, on our starting position, how about let's just experiment a little bit with bishop c2, rook h3. And now I want to make the improving move king e2.
All right. Very fancy, folks. So Jesse is thinking that if black takes on h4, he can win based on bishop e4. And he's got the check.
Also, king e2 might be unnecessary. I could also play a move like rook c7 there, but based on the same trick. Actually, I want to take king e2 back.
Okay.
So, because I feel like I can do something better.
Okay. Rook c7 makes sense.
Rook c7 or
let's say I play f5.
Yeah, that's a scary position too. So whether it's rook c7 or rook a6, we play f5, rook takes pawn, rook takes h4.
I wasn't going to play rook h4. I was going to play rook h1.
Okay. Oh, and then you're going to take my coconut?
And then knight c3 and take the b pawn.
Yeah, fair.
I was a bit more worried about now.
Even that position, though, the other one, I wasn't convinced I was winning that. So I just, yeah, in that. So bishops, candidate moves, bishop c2.
Yeah.
Oh, f3, rook c4.
Gukesh with 3 minutes, folks, plus the 30-second increment. So he definitely does not see anything super appetizing at the moment. He's just checked his clock, verifying there's no time there. Checking it again. Yeah, he knows he's out of time. He is aware. He is aware. Okay, let me review f3 again. f3, knight c3. No bishop e2 because of rook e3. No, it's not good. It's not very good. That f4 move was huge.
Right, people asking about bishop c2 is definitely one of the candidate moves, and then rook h3. And then I haven't found a path for white there yet, nor has Gukesh.
Yeah. Does Gukesh have an easy forced draw if he's out of time? Sure. He could play bishop c2 and take the knight on e4. There's a lot of rook endgames he could play up a pawn that are drawn, but he won't lose.
Chihuahua.
Yeah. 1 minute left. Ay, ay, ay. There's not rook takes h4 in that line, Zelmer, because of this trick. Bishop c2, rook h3, rook c7, rook h4, bishop takes knight. And then we've got rook c4 check coming. But what there is in that position is the move f5, which I played before. And this defends the knight and prepares to play rook takes h4. And this is the line we went down before. We took the A pawn, check, and then we took the B pawn for black first. Because the H pawn is kind of more under lock and key with this rook on H1.
Rook D5 was played. This was not expected, but it's maybe just fine too. So now the bishop cannot go to D3. Rook D5 might be a very precise move, honestly. Yeah. Oh, maybe that was a good move. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Now, so after rook d5, oh my God, 19 seconds left. We're going to see rook c4, exactamundo. This seems to force f5. Comes immediately. Okay. And now, king e2 seems plausible.
There's rook d2 check then.
Okay. We can just repeat that. Rook b4. Okay. Now, I have to adjust my business. I got to go all the way down to 0.3 now.
Yo-yoing a little there.
Yeah. But like we said, it was kind of on the razor's edge. And the intuition here is that black should now be able to hold this together.
Yeah. I bring mine down a bit too. I mean, in fairness, white is simply up a full pawn, but the knight is so strong and the white king pushed to the back rank that it seems like time and again we have to trade our bishop for the knight. And once we do, the extra pawn becomes sort of symbolic at this level. It's just, they just draw the endgame. So.
Now, there are a variety of ways for this to go wrong for black. One thing I was just looking at is like, if king f3, rook b3, king g2, then maybe I take on e4 and do rook g3, and then your king is off sides. That might be a very nice position for white. So you imagine like king h2, and then I have rook g5 exclamation. Bam!
Oh! I hadn't seen that move coming yet. I was still not that impressed, but that move is, yeah. That's a little bam right there. Yeah.
Now, it's not forced or anything. It's like king f3, rook b3, I could go back. But king f3 is definitely like the human move that I think black would like to play.
Okay.
King e5, of course, also just kind of simple.
King f3 has been played.
Play, right. So this rook b3, at least it asks a question.
Yeah, go back. Go back, it says. Okay, and what if he pushes his h-pawn here? What's going on there?
And then we have to say you're insane, David.
Okay.
Well, he'll play knight f2.
Knight f2, okay.
Yeah.
h5, knight f2. That move looks kind of insane to me.
But you're not gonna get there with your rook. I'm gonna come back, and then there's all kinds of drama there for you.
Okay.
No, he's gonna play rook b3 check.
He played bishop d1.
Okay, bishop d1. It's kind of a just repeating here for a second. Actually, that's not dumb to repeat. However, bishop d1 does allow potentially king g2.
Right.
And on king g2, maybe we have rook b2. That might be nice.
King
g2 was played. He went in. I don't know about rook b2. Looks dangerous, dude.
I think there's king h3 then.
but you're taking a little walk, bud. You're
Yeah,
taking
and
a
the
little
h
walk
pawn is
here.
maybe defended on h5 by the bishop
Yeah.
for a while.
Exactamundo. Now, one thing maybe black could say is on rook b2, maybe I can play knight c3.
I got another move here, Jesse. Rook b3 now is possible. And the point is,
Ooh,
I cut the king
ooh,
off,
ooh, nice move,
and
David.
against knight, he plays it.
Dang!
Oh,
Rook b3, boss. That's okay. Rook e5 played instantly.
dirty.
I think that was maybe a little too fast, but okay. Rook e5, I get it. He's saying, okay, maybe rook e5 is a good move. So bishop f3, the intention is king g1, and we are going to be talking to your coconut. However, this is
But I got a
oh
plan
boy.
here, Jesse. I've got a plan. It goes f4 to get your rook off my b pawn. After your
Okay.
rook retreats, then I go bishop f3 check. You
Uh-huh.
can't go up because it's discovered check, and then I put my
Yeah.
rook on e3. Ay,
That's
ay, ay,
pretty
20
good.
seconds.
That's pretty good.
For the gook, and he
Good
plays
move. We've been
f4.
talking.
Okay.
Dang.
At this kind
Dang,
of
buddy.
speed, you don't know for sure if you're, winning, losing, drawing, or how good your moves are or what they're doing, You just don't know. Knight c5 check to trade rooks. Ours is protected. Black's isn't. That's not going to be a good trade for black this time around.
Oh man, I
Dave's got
think King G.
5 minutes on the clock, though. It seemed like so little half an hour ago when Gukesh had 25, and now it's like an ocean of time. He's like rich. It's like Kostya compared to us.
Yeah, that's right, dude. A billionaire of time. I think though that King F3, King G2 is arguably impulsive, and he should have used his time.
Yeah.
Because if he had just gone back, I don't know if he was actually in danger. And
King,
now this is like there's real coconuts that are being touched here.
yeah, King G2 is way outside of the box of any of these pawns now, right? So,
Oh man. Right.
my kids don't know how to make themselves breakfast.
They need to learn how to make themselves breakfast.
I mean, I could go downstairs and open the Cheerios box for them. It won't take a lot of time. I'll be back quickly. They do.
Okay, you leaving now? All right.
They do love those Cheerios.
F4, baby. Here
All
we
right,
go.
spend your 5 minutes now.
One thought, David. I mean, it's looking a little desperate, but like I think Rook E7 is the natural square
Oh
for the rook.
no! I got
What?
refuted by
What?
rock pile.
What?
Yeah, go rook e7.
Rook E7.
Here's what rock
But
pile said.
Rook E7, we called it.
He says against bishop f3 check, he just goes to g3.
Oh.
Right? Bishop e4, king f4. Okay, no problem.
Okay, David. But you know what? Your idea is still genius. We
Yeah.
don't have to go bishop F3. We
Right.
can just play Rook
You just
E3.
play rook e3 first. Now that the b pawn is secure.
But that's a very good catch, and that would be easy for anybody to miss there.
Yeah.
So bishop F3 is a blunder,
Yeah.
even though it was a cool idea.
Yeah, but it's unnecessary. It's this rook e3 that's the crux of it. Now we need an answer to rook b7 next, right?
Well, I got an answer to that. We just play bishop E2.
Bishop to e2 again. Wait, what if we mated that black king? That would be hilarious.
We might do, because on bishop E2, we have bishop F1 ideas, and it's like, welcome to the dojo, buddy.
Exactly. Bishop f1's kind of like a weird pattern. I mean, the black rook can go to c7.
If you go to C7, though, you're not threatening anything, and I start playing H5.
Yeah. Also, black needs to get out of the way of bishop f3, because if you just go plain rook c7...
Rook E3 play. Excellent. Rook H7. I don't think rook H7 can be it. Okay, wait, maybe, what is the intention? That maybe you want H5, knight G3? Okay, what is the intention after H5, boss? Oh. Okay, H5 played immediately. So the only thing that I'm concerned about really is knight G3.
Mm-hmm.
But white
Or
has several
similar knight
threats.
F6, right? Oh, he
Similar
plays
knight
knight
F6.
F6. Okay.
Okay, bishop F3 still doesn't work because of king G3.
Yeah.
Now we need a good move here, my friend. Rook E5
Yeah.
is certainly like the default. And that's probably what's going to happen in time pressure here.
Yeah.
Because I don't see bishop E2, bishop F1 winning the ball game.
Yeah. But I think rook E5 is drawish.
Fair. Rook E5 is played.
Yeah. With 2 seconds on the clock.
These guys, that would freak me out too much. I would have moved sooner.
Yeah.
All right, we are anticipating knight H5. It's coming.
Yeah.
And now we're anticipating rook F5.
Okay, let's state the obvious. Black's knight's attacked. It moves. Now, if you go rook G5, there's rook E7. And then you go back to E5. That's fine.
No, I'll play king D2 at that point.
Okay.
Rook F5, knight G3. Now, let me just state the obvious, as we like to do here at the dojo.
Yeah.
If the black king were back on the other side of the board, this would be more plausibly holdable for black. And maybe it still is, but the fact that that king's over there creates drama.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, one thing I'm noticing is if we go rook G5, dude can just play rook F7, and then our coconuts have been touched.
True.
So
There's only so much he can do, though. He goes rook F8 to avoid that. So he's allowing rook H1 and knight E4.
And his claim is that none of those things do anything. And it might be true.
Well, I guess one idea is that at this point, because of black's king position, he can go rook H1, king D2, knight E4, king E3.
Possible. Yeah,
right?
good move.
And now rook D1, king E4. This is not the rook and pawn ending you wanted, my friend. This is gone. That F pawn is unstoppable, and the position's unrecognizable from the other rook endings.
And another nice move here is if knight E4, we have rook G8 check.
If
rook
knight E4
B7
first, right?
Rook B7 might be a good move.
Okay, so maybe his idea here is to go F5, rook B5, F6, right?
And there's obviously bishop A4 as well.
There's also bishop A4. Yeah. Gukesh on the increment. I've never seen him play on the increment like this recently on the video. Let me see what it looks like.
Bishop A4. Bishop A4. Here it comes.
Beautiful. Beautiful. He looks less frazzled than Walter Brown on move 2. How? Ding doesn't look particularly nervous either by his standards.
Bishop A4.
So this lets the black king try and get back into the thick of it with king F3, king E4 and stuff. There's, of course, also rook E7 check and various moves like rook E4 and knight E4, knight C5.
Very possible to blunder, honestly, for both sides here. It's even possible for white to lose. I mean, he has to make a mistake, but there's going to be tricks here. Okay, king F3.
Have to hang some kind of a trick.
And I was about to say the only combative move is F5, but maybe he could also play king D2 here. Okay, move has been played. F5. Makes sense. Now there's okay, King F4. That has to be a relief to white, King F4, because now we don't have to fear black somehow messing with our king, you know?
Yeah, but now black's just going to attack our pawn forever, and our king's not there to defend it. It's drawn. It's done.
What? You sure?
Yeah.
F6, 94. I don't think it's over yet, boss.
Okay. I moved my eval.
Because we have a simple dream of putting that pawn on F7 and the bishop on B3.
And black will attack it with 3 pieces because they've got the king.
Yeah, we might get a bishop and we might get rook and bishop versus rook. Okay.
Try some reorganization with bishop c2.
Yeah, bishop c2 is a good move, boss, and rook b5 loses. I think we're going to see bishop c2.
Why does rook b5 lose?
We got it. Because we'll take the knight and play f7.
And play f7. Okay. Yeah. Rook takes here, f7. And black can't stop. Rook check and then queening.
Okay. Change your eval, buddy. It's not so easy.
So the obvious move is knight d6 here.
And then I can play bishop d3.
Oh, and you can't take on b5 there? Yeah, you can. This is what I calculated before. Then you can take on b5, right? Knight d6 played.
Knight d6. Okay.
Now this position here would be a draw, like so.
Oh.
This was a back and forth game, Jesse. This was intense.
I still blame not taking on a7.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I hear you. Yeah, I'm that old, Foos. I've played Walter a few times.
Yep, I guess we're going to zeros here, bud.
Yeah. 14 seconds.
Okay. Looks like we have a move, rook d8. And then after knight b5, I see absolutely nothing for us.
Yeah.
Our best hope here, I think, is like
I think his
oh, wait
plan
a
is to
second.
play
Wait.
bishop
He has a
d3.
plan. He's going to play rook d5. On knight b5, he had rook d5. Holy smokes. Black sees it and plays king e5. Rook d8 was very tricky. Bishop b3. Oh, we're still in business. We are still in business. Now, I think rook b5, f7, and we'll get a rook and bishop versus rook situation.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Gukesh putting on the pressure to the end, dude.
Yeah, seconds left.
Bishop b3, man. Okay, knight f7 played. Maybe a good move.
So the idea is to play king f6.
And if rook f8, just go... Well, I can play king f6 in that position.
Yeah. No, I didn't play Lone Pine.
Did you play Lone Pine? Is that what he asked? Dude, we could play bishop d5 here. Oh, no, our knights are... Yeah, you can't do it. Rook's hanging. Our rook's hanging, damn it.
Rook's hanging.
Well, might be a draw. Well defended, dude. That last trick with rook d8 and then rook d5 was a nice final attempt at the trick.
Yeah, that was evil. Now I'd say rook f8 with a draw, yeah. No, it gives some other move.
Homie don't play, dude. He played rook d5, king f6. Oh, we no. now it's such. Why would you play it that way, buddy? Why would you do that? Now, why did you do it that way, bud? King D2, Rook B6. Now black has nothing to worry about it. It's funny, like Rook D5 check, King F6 was just like keeping the game going in an obscene way.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop C4, Rook D6.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. King B4, and I think he's gonna just maybe he'll just take that pawn on B5. Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Oh, what a great game,
Quickly now.
dude. That was a great game, dude. I think Gukesh really misses a chance there, but
Yeah.
great game. Ding and chill, bud. Ding and chill. That, actually, David, we were talking a lot about what made a world championship great and like holding the nervous tension for that long, right?
Yeah.
What are we at, almost 5.5 hours. That takes a toll. And then he's got to do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Whoo, buddy. Dang.
That was a battle there. That was a battle. Whew.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That was like the best opening Gukesh has gotten, in a sense. Yeah.
He got for the game he won. He had a nice opening.
The game he won was cool, but I mean, if Ding didn't play Rook H5, his position wasn't so good. Like here, I think he had just an objective opening advantage in sort of a traditional sense.
They played on to the bitter end.
Yeah. Never like a
Now,
clear play for Ding in that game.
remember. Okay, actually, let's just mention your obscene man. Your obscene man who would play advantage chess, in which case, White would get more points than Black from this result. Give me a break.
Well, Black
Yeah.
wouldn't have to sack the knight at the end, right? They could make a draw in other ways and hold a 0-0 draw
Yeah, please stop.
or a
Please
2-2 draw.
stop.
Yeah.
My friends, if you're still watching, use code WC24 to get into the dojo for 20% off. David wouldn't have told you about that because he's a communist, but I'll tell you about it now.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's fair, folks, if you want to support us and our coverage, obviously we're not getting paid to do this. So you could head over to Patreon or click on the donate button or something. We're putting in a lot of time in the middle of the night, putting in our lifeblood and snot into this. So, it's fine. It's fine. It's not like we're not even making a living wage if you look at the dojo over the course of a year. So it's fine to send us $1. But for the game, somebody was just asking what's the drawing move. I feel like the key move was this F5, F4. Like once Ding got that move in, it seemed like the end game was holding and it was looking very scary up until that F4 move. So,
Well, right. And one thing I have to address in my recap is when we first got to the ending, I felt Black should be okay. And then it became complicated.
yeah.
I think, for example, on move 39 for Black, instead of H6, if he had played knight C8, then maybe that was a better try.
After Rook D4 instead of H6, Knight C8, and play the blockade on the dark squares.
Well, also, it's just really annoying. Actually, it's not easy to see how you stop me from taking one of your coconuts. Anyways, so I think black definitely maybe misplayed it there. And then knight takes d after knight takes d5, both me and David felt like, oh man, white is in business.
Yeah.
I'm sure the computer will jump all over the place, but I'm not going to look at it before I do my recap. A human recap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You don't want to know yet. Jesse still has a video to record about the game, so do not tell him yet what the key engine conclusions are for anyone who knows. I know most of you don't know because you've been choosing to watch over here. So
Oh, we got a hype train going. Who's
yeah.
giving us the hype train?
Yeah, Scott, I think the donate button is over on our Twitch. I don't think we've got any buttons here on YouTube. Yeah. But if you really want to, you can probably find our something or other where you can send us $1.
What do you mean, or something or other? It's called a Patreon, buddy. What are you talking
Right.
about?
You can probably find our Patreon or whatever our donate link is. It's probably findable. Like I don't see it, but I could probably find it if I search
Oh,
for it
well, we
for a
don't know what
minute.
the leak is. I don't know why we're telling other people about it. Come on. I don't know if we have a straight donate link. I think
We
that maybe
we
that's a question we should ask.
we always used to.
I'm gonna ask our boys.
It was something
Donate
like
link?
twitch.tv/donate or something like that, I think. I don't know. It was something
Donate
like
link?
twitch.tv/.
Okay. Well, David, that was great, dude. And
Yeah.
let me just say, you guys, I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning to do this. David has been here for 5.5 hours,
Mm-hmm.
and that boy has to make Cheerios for the kids, send them on their way, and then I guess you get a nap at that point, right, boss?
Yeah, my plan is serve them breakfast, make their lunch, take them to school, and then go to bed.
That's a good plan, dude. Yeah, you need
Yeah.
it. And then because we are rinsing and repeating tomorrow, my friends.
Yeah.
We are rinsing and repeating. I kind of missed it in the day off, David. I
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
like, oh, I enjoyed this. This was fun, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's nice to sleep at night too.
Uh-huh.
Um, but I missed it anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks everybody. It's been lots of fun.
Yeah, and stay
And
tuned for the recap video. I'll have that coming out probably within the hour or something like that.
yeah. And yeah, so recap coming from Jesse. Take care, everybody. Take care of yourselves. Take care of those around you. And we'll see you tomorrow for the next game. And Jesse, are you doing graduates today as well? Somebody was asking.
Graduates is Wednesday and Thursday.
Wednesday and Thursday. And today is Tuesday. Something over here tells me because I have no idea. All right.
All right, bye, buddy.